Mine eyes seen the corruption of the Adam County cops, stealing money, stealing cake when they make they traffic stops. First they screw you, then they sue you, play games and dismiss your claims. The proof's on the internet. Afro Man will bring it to ya. Afro Man is gonna do ya. Afro Man is gonna screw ya. My proof's on the internet. Mine eyes have seen informants get busted with felonies. Tell the cops I'm a kidnapper and I sell a lot of keys. Raid my house and then get pissed, cause the dungeon don't exist. My proof's on the internet. Afro Man will bring it to ya. Afro Man is gonna do ya. Afro Man is gonna screw ya. My proof's on the internet. My gate don't operate and my door is on the floor. My camera's disconnected. Lisa Phillips is up. Downtown they take my mama's lemon pound cake. My proof's on the internet. Afro Man will bring it to ya. Afro Man is gonna do ya. Afro Man is gonna screw ya. My proof's on the internet.
Mine too. My proof is also on the internet, Afro Man. If the name Afro Man sounds vaguely familiar to you, there is a reason for that, if you can believe it. The reason being that Afro Man, if you want to set the stage here, it's 2000. You just picked up a nice paper hat in your favorite game, RuneScape. The towers are doing market deals every day in New York City. The foreign-born population is still less than 25%, and everything in the world is peachy fucking keen. And the biggest political movement at the time, is the pro-cannabis decriminalization movement, spearheaded by musicians such as Afro Man, who was a true one-hit wonder. His song "Then I Got High" topped the charts for forever. It was very funny. And if you have never heard that song, I would actually recommend you go listen to it. And that was where the world was at the time. So, I will be talking about Afro Man in detail, but it is the early part of the stream where I meander about with random topics. And it's not quite time for the big man himself, okay? Let's see. We need a news hamster for this. There we go. Oh, wait. No, we need the stinky news hamster for this one. That's right. Okay, so hello chat. It's Friday. I forgot to do a Friday the 13th motive for last stream. It was a very strange coincidence that there were two Fridays the 13th, one after the other. I think I was busy at the time, so I forgot. No, I'll save that. Okay. Here's a nice soft topic to ease. Maybe I shouldn't. I have to talk about something for this. I have to skip this for a second. Let's go. Should I talk about this first? Okay. No, I can't. See, now my orders. I just have to be very careful and not offend the Neil Maham when I mention this. There's a game about cookies called Cookie Run, and my understanding is that it's like an RPG type game. I've never played this. I assume that it is played mostly by children, based off these replies. And in the in the story of this, there's anthropomorphic cookies, and they've decided to make the decision to kill permanently two of the characters named Lily and Salt. And they're dead now. They're dead in this game called Cookie Run. And the children that play this game are extremely upset. And they're posting on Twitter about how upset they are. Episode 15. This is Average Jolly Man. He's not so jolly anymore. Episode 15. So asked my cousin actually unalived herself. I do have to say this because of the Neil Maham here present on the screen, but I don't think that's true because the crying, laughing emojis seem inappropriate. I mean, maybe that's just how Zoomers talk. Like if a Zoomer is like expressing the fact that they lost somebody, somebody who decided to take their own life tragically in their own family, someone they love very much, they still have to say like dead ass my cuz. Just heard from Unk that my cuz totes KHS laughing, crying emojis. They have absolutely no other way to convey this information. There's no tone. There's no adjustments necessary. That's just, that's just like saying, hey, how are you? That's just the appropriate way to transact that information. So that's Cookie Run report number 1. And then Fire Spirit Cookie says, breaking character real quick. So I assume that this person just posts on Zitter constantly in the persona of this cookie character. That's like their hobby. But they're breaking character real quick because I've seen so many people suffering. Please, everyone, I know the fate Lily and Salt had is horrible, but please remember your life is incredibly valuable, that you deserve your chance to live and find your own true freedom, to be loved and to love. This is the necessary information that you have to relay to people after characters in a cookie game have crumbled their last crumbles. Levi, which is a very Jewish name. I don't know. There's lots of rednecks who name their kids Levi as well. I don't know why. Probably because of the genes. You have Jews that are naming their kids after characters in the Torah, and then you have rednecks naming their kids after the genes. So Levi says, I never thought a piece of fiction would affect me this much, that the pointless KHS of White Lily Cookie. Wait, the cookie committed seppuku? The cookie cut their own cookie self into crumbles? They crumbled themselves? And that's why it's so traumatic. That's why all those people are like, if Lily Cookie can't withstand the tides of time, how can I possibly stand up myself? White Lily Cookie could trigger me so badly and send all my hard work on my own mental health down the drain. I'm so disgusted with Deb sis. I'm sure blood will be on their hands. I miss her. Very tragic. Louis, and I say it like that because there's a French thing, like the top of like a spoke of like a fence. I'll miss you, my Lily, it says. Watching non-cookie run players saying how stupid we are for expecting a cookie game to do good mental health representation kind of annoys Bickers. This is the same game that abords serious themes like genocide, torture, unaliving, and other stuff. I'm not saying it should be a masterpiece. Okay. I mean, are there themes of genocide? Can I say genocide on YouTube? Are there themes of genocide in this game? No, don't make me do the joke. Don't make me do the Nick Fuentes thing. I don't think it could be that many cookies, chat. There's not enough ovens for that many cookies. Is this a theme? I'm asking sincerely, is this a theme? And Cookie Run, because that is the topic of this conversation. I'm being informed that genocide, torture, and self-harm are topics here. And I just don't know. I just don't know what that means. I'm forced to assume there's some sort of parallel here where the cookie ovens are at full capacity. And then this person retweeted themselves to they took a screenshot of their post to get by word filters. I'm going to be attempting to commit crumble in the name of White Lily's update. Since you guys want to be so rude towards people who were affected by the update, I'll give you what you want. #okay. I think he's very much not okay. And they're going to protest the game. So this is a person named Army Herald mentioned. It says, protest. People are crumbling themselves over the story. White Lily is very loved and looked up to a character. Half the fan base struggles with mental health. You don't say, like me, look to this game for comfort and hope. I mean, it's a game about genocide and torture, apparently, with the cookie ovens going off on full bore. I don't know if that's necessarily helpful. It is horrible to paint suicide, I said it, and sacrifice as freedom. One or the other, it is wrong. It will carry deep consequences. Take this opportunity to not buy anything from the pop-up store. Protest. Bring signs demanding change to the story, removal, or call for apology in a reworked story. You can't just do that. Like if the character in the story, like you can't undo that decision. You can't just have them republish episode 15 and be like, okay, White Lily decided not to cookie crumble this time and decided to march forward. I don't think you can do that's like, I don't know. I don't think that would be as vindicating as you'd expect. It's a conspiracy by Big Dairy. Why? Did she get dunked in... Oh, no, she crumbled herself as opposed to being dunked in the milk. The milk doesn't cause the crumbling. It's a autonomous thing. There's no correlation there. I'll be organizing a protest at Times Square? This has to be fake. There's no fucking way. Be there. Bring signs, papers. I just imagine a little kid, like, asking his parents, Dad... Can we go to Times Square so I can protest White Lily cookie being crumbled in this story? It's making me very want to commit crumble myself. Keebler did nothing wrong. I think spread them all over the store. I will find someone to organize with, perhaps a local. It's not a good idea to host this now, Dev sisters. From them, yes, but for us, no. We have voices, use them. Did they walk this back? I have to know. This person actually plays this game. It's embarrassing. The implication of her and pure vanilla being an item is the least outrageous thing that happened in the game. Apparently there was a discussion about if pure vanilla should be with White Lily, because I guess that's a racially pure cookie mix right there, as opposed to Elder Lily and Shadow Vanilla shippers. Yeah, Shadow Vanilla. That's what they wanted. That's what these weirdos wanted. Fuck it. You know what? If White Lily was gonna hook up with Shadow Vanilla, I'm glad she's crumbled. I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna take the offensive stance here, but I gotta say true. If that's what was going on, she deserved it. She paid the cookie toll, as it were. Everybody's got to pay the cookie toll. What is this game? What is this game about? I don't know. Sorry, my attachment server is like choking and dying. As soon as like it was fine right up until I wanted to start my stream, and then it decided to cook and die. It's a mobile video game franchise by South Korean company Dev Sisters. It came out in 2009, and it's still going. Okay, whatever the fuck. Whatever they're doing in South Korea. Next, we're staying in the video game trend here, chat. We got, this is an announcement. See, NVIDIA is now a $1 trillion corporation, so they can kind of do whatever the fuck they want. And they decided that they would add AI directly into the shader system of the game, or of like other products. So now, let's just watch this. AI powered, breathtaking. So when you play a game now, it will just take the assets and AIify them into higher detailed assets. So here's Resident Evil Requiem. And as you can see, she looks like a video game character. But then when you add DSLS 5, she looks like she's been crying. For some reason, the computer decided that, yeah, she should look like she's crying. My thoughts with this is the issue with AI in general, as it stands, is that AI does not have memory. When AI wants to have memory, it has to store text in files. And then every time it seeks to reinterpret a output, it has to reference its own files and then try to derive off of that. So when you see this, and she looks like a video game character, and then you see this, and it adds like certain details, certain wrinkles, certain like effects, does her makeup. It's like, how does the computer remember this? If you remember, there was a demo of a AI thing on what is it? Minecraft. It was like an AI generated Minecraft. In fact, I can bring this up and show you. AI Minecraft. What if this is a thing? I'm gonna try to pull this up and show you what I'm talking about because it's interesting. I'm waiting for my turn. Okay, so as I was saying, it can't remember what it's doing. So when it makes the decision that it's going to enhance something a certain way, it necessarily has to fill in gaps between two pieces of information. Like you can see there's eyeliner on her, but how much eyeliner do you apply in that space when you enhance it? It's a decision it has to make, and it doesn't keep memory. So this is AI generated Minecraft. And as you can see, if I move my mouse around, like let's see, we got these two houses there, right? So I'm going to move my mouse this way and then move it back. And you can see that that house has disappeared. There's like an animal here now. Look this way. There's a house that wasn't there before. Look back. There's no house. And for some reason, I'm now in the middle of a jungle. And that's what I mean. It's like, so every time the AI is going to recreate this rendering, it's going to have to fill in that same gap with either memory stored somewhere or it's going to have to like reinterpret it. So it's like every single time they decide to relook at this character, it's going to create a different render of this face with very minute things, and it gives it a kind of like hazy, blurry, indistinct effect when it happens in real time. And I don't know how they're going to combat that because it's going to look really jarring and ugly. It's going to be way more jarring and ugly than the default graphics with no enhancements on. So there's that. That's my concern with that. This has led to many memes. Like this, and it's actually very astute. It's like our Walmart Canada Gaming verified. That's actually pretty funny. The Walmart logo has transformed into fireworks. Paintings optimized to look how they really should have. Cult of the Lamb. He's now mogged, completely mogged with DSLS 5 on. That's really funny. Oh no, that's terrible. Leave it to Razorfist to be like, yeah, I'm gonna make this political for whatever. I don't even know who the guy on the right is. Okay, that's based. Vance has been enhanced as he should have been, and oh, because that's from the Super Mario game movie. Okay, I got you. Then this is a rough segue, but hold on to this, okay? I actually did research into this because I was so perplexed. The number is just so staggering that I could not believe it, and I was right to be skeptical. Polymarket announced that Facebook has announced they'll be shutting down the Metaverse, which is their AI department name. This is a very, very misleading title for several reasons. You'll notice that they say after pouring $80 billion into the project. I want to give you a kind of cost comparison. I looked this up as well. If you wanted to build Chinese-style ultra-high-speed magnetic rail from the District of Columbia all the way down to Miami, that is estimated to be a $100 billion project. So, what if you add up the actual financial data? Facebook has actually put $90 billion into the metaverse. So, for the price of laying high-speed magnetic rail between DC and Miami, they have built something I've never even heard of and have never seen in person. So I was perplexed by this. And I went down the rabbit hole of what the fuck they're actually putting money into. And it is staggering, and this headline is wrong. The augmented reality game that this cartoon Sims-looking thing, Second Life knockoff, is actually not the entire $90 billion. I want to say it was still an insane amount of money that they poured, like $1 billion went into this project that they're thinking of shutting down. However, they've reversed the decision because apparently the few people who do play Zuckerberg's Second Life are really addicted to it, and they were upset that it was shutting down. So they've decided to keep it online, despite how embarrassing it is. However, that's not the end of this. That $90 billion price tag is actually inclusive of their entire AI department. The Metaverse department is their AI studies research and development group. And it has produced a lot of that money went to the Quest, which is like the Steam VR headset, but for Facebook. I've never heard of the Quest. I didn't know that Facebook had its own Steam headset thing. It does, and that's where a ton of their money went into, and they've seen no return on that. Their only product that they've had that has had a positive return on investment is AI smart glasses partnered with Ray-Ban, and I have actually seen these in store. And I'm not proud of this product, because the only thing I can really think of smart glasses being used for, if you'll remember, the first type of smart glasses was used by a guy called Jonathan Yaniv, who managed to get my initial YouTube channel deleted because he was a person of gender. And you may remember that his big thing was that he would wear these into women's restrooms and potentially record the little girls and women there in the bathroom. So they're basically pervert glasses, and I would immediately be skeptical of anyone wearing these fucking things because they have a camera on them. So they just walk around and you look like, oh, they just have their glasses on, their Ray-Bans. But they're actually, like, they got a recorder on that thing. So they can go to the gym and, like, oogle women and, like, walk down the sidewalk and shit. And it's just real fucking creepy. So that's their only successful product, is the Ray-Ban pervert glasses. There was some other line of, like, independent AI augmented reality glasses that didn't succeed, and a lot of their money has just been going into AI development. This department has 15,000 employees, and if you're wondering why they're moving a bunch of shit to India, it's because they're cutting costs and they're moving 15,000 AI jobs to India because it's cheaper to hire people there. So that's where all your money's going. You're never going to get a train from DC to Miami that can be taken with your car as cargo. You know, that's going to be a 2-hour trip to DC from Miami, because Mark Zuckerberg has to hire 15,000 Indians to make pervert glasses effectively. That's where we're at in society. And the segue is this. This is awesome. Mark Zuckerberg's metaverse augmented reality game, DLSS5 off, DLSS5 on. Truly an enhancement. Now he's getting his money worth. You see that $90 billion really paying off there. Okay. Next, in a initial first of its kind prosecution of Antifa members, an attack on a Texas ICE facility has resulted in federal charges sticking and convictions for, I think, 10 different people? 9. I'm sorry, chat. I cannot count. The charges vary from one person who was actually the gunman who got a bunch of charges, but then there were like 4 people that were involved in conspiracy, and then 3 others that were involved in providing material aid in some instances. And of course, Antifa's response to this is FPW_protect trans kids says the only appropriate response for the Prairie Land defendants is retaliation. Don't let the fascist state go unpunished. So they attempted to murder a federal employee working his job, and then of course they get convicted because they're sloppy and shitty, and they failed. And then the appropriate response is retaliation. Now, nothing, of course, will happen to FPW_protect trans kids, but this is very bizarre to me how openly people on the left can just call for violence and nothing ever happens. They can just say, like, yeah, we should, like, retaliate violently against the court system after they got found guilty by a jury of their peers. Like, okay. And meanwhile, though, anybody on the right says anything even mildly indicating violence, and you're just, like, immediately banned from everything. You're a terrorist. You can't do nothing ever again. Such is life. Journalists up to good. This is the most perplexing article to me, because I, from my understanding, Banksy is like a leftist anti-war graffiti artist who did like the meme of the little girl with the red balloon. And for some reason, journalists in the UK have decided to dox him. Basically, he deliberately changed his name from Robin Gunningham to David Jones to try and make his name as generic as humanly possible. And for some reason, British journalists have decided to just dox him, put tons of effort into finding out who the fuck he is, and it's just like I don't understand why. Why? It's just really bizarre. There you go. Should have changed it to Muhammad. That's a good idea. I don't know, but then you'd have to be called Mo for your entire life. Hey, it's Mo. Mohammed. Fuck that. Next, this is Ontario Premier Doug Ford, who, if I remember, Doug Ford is famous, right? Was he? He's not the guy that was like the everyman, the big fat guy that was that ran on like austerity in like a city government. Oh, his brother was the meme guy. Okay, I want to say that Hardin has represented Doug Ford in some way. I vaguely remember this. I know this guy. I think because of Hardin, and Hardin has represented him somehow. Yeah, I don't know. I remember the story very vaguely. I have terrible memory, but that's how it stands out in the head. Anyways, Doug Ford has congratulated a gun owner for defending his property. Let's listen. Uh-oh. Have I tempted fate? Do I have to... No, don't tell me I'm going to have to pull them off my fucking hard drive every single one of these videos for this entire stream. That would really piss me off.
As for the person that was defending his family, he was a legal gun owner, it was stored properly, congratulations. Yeah, I'm glad you shot the guy. Teach us the rest of these robbers, and I encourage everyone out there that's a legal gun owner. Someone's going to come in and try to kill you and kill your family. Kids, well, you know.
I'm sorry. I muted the wrong fucking audio again so I could cough into the microphone in pure silence, as deliberately, intentionally done.
Remember, it was just last week, Jamie, one guy got shot because he was trying to protect his kids. Well, you know, these guys, they need to be shot, as far as I'm concerned. Coming through the front door to hurt your family. I'll never forget the one family that the man was protecting his 4-year-old kid, and his child, I should say, and there was 3 other children there and his wife, and they assassinated him right in front of his kids. Like, these ruthless, like, they need to rot in jail for the rest of their lives. Congratulations for shooting this guy. Should have shot him a couple more times as far as I'm concerned.
And I think there's a second statement here. People got upset about his first, so he decided that he would back up his opinion just a little bit more. Of course, this is one of the ones I don't have. Oh, what is the download fine?
Shot him a couple more times as far as I'm concerned. Congratulations.
What's the same video? Okay, I got you. So people were upset by this. They found reason to be angry. How surprised I am, 1. How disgusted I am, 10. 40 upvotes. Wow, we have Trump in Canada now from Zombie Mum, short hair, German Canadian. I thought this was AI, 130 upvotes. I quit drinking for 60 upvotes. AI, there's no way that anybody could defend their own family or their own house like this. That's crazy wrong. It's guys like Doug Ford encouraging this kind of behavior that we all need to outlaw, is why we need to outlaw all guns. What the actual fuck? From a Canadian British person named Summer, who is fat and wears a mask in her profile picture, so that you know she is fat and wears a mask, even today in 2026. This has 170 upvotes. That's crazy. Perhaps Doug Ford has a future in Trump's administration. He can be the first GOP governor of Alberta, if you want to know the truth about it, bitch. Oh, 270 upvotes. No. Anime Avatar, 2 upvotes. So Canadians really want you to just like roll over and be raped and murdered and tortured by robbers, basically. It must suck to be a Canadian. And then I have a post from Iran. Now, this guy is a Kick affiliate, so I'm assuming he's full of shit. Hassan Abi actually asked for confirmation of this is real, and no proof was given. But as internet blackouts are rolling through Iran at the moment due to censorship as the regime tries to stay held together, they decided to put some uplifting, morale-improving content on the national news stations of Iran. And they decided that Hassan Abi is the appropriate voice to put in front of their people, allegedly. Now, why is this? Because it shows that even in the United States of America, real Americans who are completely and totally American, first and foremost American, do not like the war in Iran and support the Ayatollah and the Iranian government and staying and resisting the imperialist oppression. So they've decided that this is what they want to show people, allegedly. And it could just be an advertisement for Steak.com on behalf of this fucking Bijan Tarani guy. But if it is true, then I guess you're fucked if you're Iranian. There's nothing to look forward to, nothing to do. You're just fucked. All right. Now, as I alluded to at the beginning of the stream, you may have heard the name Afroman before. And if you've heard the name Afroman before, it's because of this song.
Roll another blunt. Yeah. Oh, good. La da 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 da. La da da. La da da da. La da da da. La da da da. Yeah. I was gonna clean my room until I got high. I was gonna get up and find the broom, but then I got high.
It's a very funny song. I'll leave it at that. And it was very popular for a very long time. I remember listening to this song for the first time. I don't know why this stands out to me as a memory. But my mom was kind of going through like a hippie phase. And I remember that we went to a pizza place in Destin called the Mellow Mushroom, which had like all these groovy psychedelic mushroom drawings all over it. And they sold like vegan organic pizza with like no meat on it. And we went there and I remember listening to Then I Got High while eating pizza. That was that's back in the day, chat. That's a long time ago. So point is that he had a little bit of fame. He never recaptured this lightning in the bottle. I don't think I've ever heard any other song he's ever made until I started getting rumblings. People messaging me, people adding me, people posting in the Mad the Internet thread on the Kiwi Farms. And then eventually, even my attorney was fixated on the trial of the century, the entirety of the Adams County Police Department in Ohio versus Afroman. Here is the long and short, okay? Is this out of order? No, it's not. Okay. So I'll just recap what I know off the top of my head. 3 years ago, Afroman was accused by an informant facing felony charges in Ohio of trafficking in both drugs and in women. He was accused by I believe a female inmate that he was smuggling drugs and also selling women as sex slaves. This resulted in an actual no-knock police raid by the Adams County Police Department, where they barged down through his gate, broke down his front door of his house where he, his wife, and his children lived, and started to disconnect his security cameras while searching every inch of his house, trying to find drugs and sex slaves. They found absolutely nothing. They stole, for evidence, $4,000 of personal property from him. They damaged his home, as I mentioned. They broke his front gate. They broke down his door. They damaged his security system. And then, to top it all off, to add insult to injury, Afro Man's mother had baked for him lovingly from scratch at home a lemon pound cake, which was stolen by the Adams County Police Department as evidence. There is literal video footage of the security camera of the fattest cop on the department eyeing that lemon pound cake up and down as he wandered about through Afro Man's kitchen holding a riot shield like Blitz from Rainbow Six Siege. And he stole that lemon pound cake that his mother had made for him. And it was crazy, right? And it was 3 years ago. Okay, this is when this happened, to give you context. To epically own the Adams County Police Department, he posted this song. Afro Man, will you... should I do... I'll do lemon pound cake. Now, I should mention, by the way, before I play this, I said he's a one-hit wonder. That does not mean he is not a prolific artist. Afro Man still does concerts. He still does songs. His songs get like 50,000 views on average. This little ditty did 10 million.
The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door. Then I heard the glass break. They found no kidnapping victims, just some lemon pound cake.
Look at him, he's hungry.
Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. It made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice.
Of what? Of what?
Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake. Trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. The munchies because he got hot. Lemon pound cake. Pound cake.
Okay, good intermission there to cut it. So, this song was humiliating for the Adams County Police Department. They were not happy. And so the entirety of the county banded together and sued Afro Man for the two most disgusting torts on the entire book. And when I say on the book, it's usually a common law type of thing where it's not even on the book. The famous defamation and my absolute favorite tort of all time, intentional infliction of emotional distress. The same thing that Melinda Scott tried to bring against me like 10 years ago now. IIED. Easily one of the least favored torts in the entire justice system. To give you an idea of how hard it is to win this, when the Westboro Baptist Church went to the hometown of a dead soldier who was a homosexual, and they picketed his funeral and went on the radio station, the local radio station, to call him a, I can't say this but in front of Neil Maham, but a dead FAG who God killed because God hates FAGs. The family endured such high emotional stress from this, just having lost their son, that they actually received medical diagnoses, that they received actual debilitating illness as a result of the emotional distress. And the Supreme Court of the United States still held that it was constitutionally protected free speech because they were protesting in accordance to their religion. So that is the bar, the threshold for how hard it is to win IIED as a tort. And they entered into evidence this song to try and win. And somehow it made it all the way to trial. Now, that is ridiculous. However, the judge presiding over this case was obviously on the police's side the entire time, and he probably created right out the gate of the trial conditions for it to be retried because he fucked up immediately. But it went all the way to trial. It took 3 years. All the police got deposed. And then, of course, he made songs about all of the police officers as well. They were in there in the depositions, literally crying about how much Afroman had traumatized them with lemon pound cake. So he did a little ditty on all of them. I'll read you the names of them. You ready? Lickum Lo Lisa. I'll just play like 30 seconds of each of these so you get the idea. Let's scan through. See if I can find. There's like reenactments. Here we go. Here's Lickum Lo Lisa, okay?
Came to town. She ate all the pussy all around. From Adams County to the 275. Lickum Lo Lisa, licking every pussy alive.
Okay, where is the deposition? There's a part where she's actually this at the middle of this is a 15-minute long song, and in the middle of it he just plays instrumentals over her crying about how she's called a lesbian.
The client dancing in the driveway, singing how I lick pussy, and I need to learn how to count how many pussies I've licked. You know, and this is
That is not a man. She has a child. She's just unfortunate.
made it hard. To where I have to swallow it because of you. Things that's being said. Are you Lieutenant Lickum Lo Lisa Phillips? Pussy licking Phillips? I'd like to go to Walmart and be called a guy because of your voice. Or ask you if you got a pecker. How would you like
Look at that.
that?
How would you like that, Chad? Look at you down there perpetrating this violence, this continued emotional distress upon her, Chad. Very disgusting. I disavow. Okay, so that's Lickum Lo Lisa. She all got off easy. The other one was Randy Walters is a son of a bitch. That one I'll skip. It's not that great. He's just making fun of him. This one goes hard. This guy's name was Sean Grooms. So Afroman wrote this one up about Sean Grooms.
Dang.
Say that again, please.
Being Hunchback Norman Dane,
Hunchback Norman Dane.
however you say
Notre
it.
Dame, maybe? Hunchback of Notre Dame.
So who is Sean Grooms?
Sean Grooms is one of the police officers suing me. In the deposition, he said that he got a divorce because of me. My attorney reached out to his ex-wife, and come to find out, he actually got a divorce because he was having sex with like meth head, crackhead women on duty. He was giving them what I call penis plea deals.
This is the real. This is the real guy.
I had recently got divorced.
Did she divorce you solely because of this?
Not solely, but
What did she say exactly that this played into the divorce?
she was tired of hearing about it. People asking her, was her husband a thief? Or how could he do something like this? Or
Sean, she's a Sean, grooms, girls, high on shrooms, drops, his fruit of the looms, and cheap, hotel room. Then he bang, bang, ding, ding, dong, fucks him with brooms. Sean Grooms. Sean Grooms, girls high on shrooms, drops his fruit of the looms in cheap hotel rooms. Sean Grooms, girls high on shrooms, drops his fruit of the looms in cheap hotel rooms. Then he bang, bang, ding, ding, dong, fucks him with brooms. Sean Grooms.
This is my favorite song of the bunch. It's got the energy. And then, if you can believe it, there's one that's even worse. This is Brian Newland is a flag with an L.
I'm just going on record to state Brian Newland does sleep with underage girls.
All of Columbus, Ohio represented here.
I pledge allegiance to the flag. Brian Newland is a flag. He used to play with little toys. Now he plays with little boys. I pledge allegiance to the flag. Brian Newland is a flag. He used to play with little toys. Now he plays with little boys.
My understanding is this cop and his brother both got busted on child-related offenses. So Afro Man went for the easy blow. The sheriff of this department resigned, by the way, in disgrace. So if you want to know how it's going, this is a complete and total Afro Man victory. Men getting divorced, getting laid off from the force, women quitting because people's asking if they got a PECA. Guys going to jail for pedophilia. He has burned down the entire sheriff's office for this, for Adams County. Now, I have not watched these. We're going to be watching these together for the first time. These are clips from the trial, and I have not seen any of the trial, unfortunately. Hardin did, and Hardin reported to me that the trial was very funny. So, unfortunately, Nick Rekieta is now a disgraced drug addict, child abuser, and he could not cover the trial to 150,000 people. Just so to be clear, if Nick Rekieta hadn't have done a bunch of drugs and abused his entire family, he probably could have streamed this trial to 150,000 people, and it would have been great. But we got clips, though. That's going to make up for it.
Mr. Foreman posted that Lisa Phillips likes to have sex with other women. He used
Boost the game.
other words. She ate my ex-wife just like pizza. Pussy, 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 eating.
Pizza mentioned.
Blah, blah, blah. Over and over, thousands of times on the internet. People saw it. People laughed. People from out of state. But people...
Well, no, not people laughing. Anything but that. That's not allowed in Ohio. We can't. What? Don't make me do this. Okay, what video is
Mr.
this?
Foreman.
Why is this muted?
State, but people here in Adams County would sometimes yell at her when they saw her. Hey, Lisa Lickumlow Phillips. That was his nickname for her.
Tragic. Can't do that to the police department. That's an intentional infliction of emotional distress right there. Okay, this is 8704. Let me sort by alphabetical. Please tell me I have these. What? You gotta be fucking kidding me. I'm gonna lose it, chat. All this... I do have it. Why is it lying to me? Why is it saying I don't have this? 8704. Okay, so the context. This is a stream from the courthouse, and they are playing this song as evidence in the court to the jury as evidence of the IIED.
I noticed the voice is a few octaves lower. She's not too ugly. She's not too fine, but she's might whip out something that's bigger than mine.
That's actually a great line. The line to reiterate that they played in front of the jury was that she might have a penis bigger than Afro Man's penis. He's willing to concede that her penis might actually be larger than his. That's how magnanimous he is to her. I can't tell if someone's actually crying in the court. No, it's actually her. She's crying in the court as this... Son of a bitch. It's like, return the pound cake or suffer my curse. She's literally crying. The camera zooms her. You can't look at it. It's too humiliating.
What I'm gonna do? Y'all keep on laughing. She's gonna eat your wife's pussy.
They played the entire 16-minute song? Are you fucking kidding me? No, there's no way. I mentioned that song was 16 minutes. Each one of those is like 15 to 20 minutes long. Are you telling me they played an hour of this shit? That's so funny. Okay. This is, I don't know who this is. This might be the other guy, Randy Walters.
So you're
Oops, sorry, that would blow your eardrums out.
claiming that is the defamation statement is that he said he had sex with your wife.
Yes.
Okay. And that's painted you in a false light.
It's caused tremendous pain in my life.
I'll get to that. We have to go through false light first. So does it paint you in a false light?
Yes, that my wife is cheating on me with Mr. Foreman.
But we all know that's not true, correct?
I don't know.
How do you fuck that up? How do you fuck that deposition up? Just say no, it's not happening. What do you mean you don't know? Are you saying it's possible? You just say no. No, it's not. Oh my god. Holy fuck.
Wait, you don't know if your wife's...
This guy has black stepkids. His wife is black. His ex. How? What? Oh no, his wife. His wife has half black kids. Okay, very cool. That's why he doesn't know. He doesn't know. Is it Afro Man's kids? Are those children Afro Man's? Tell the truth. Do you know for sure?
cheating on you or not?
You want to go there?
No, I just want to ask that question because you said we don't know. I just
Been with
need
that
the answer.
woman since middle school.
I know.
I would hope she wouldn't. But you know what?
How did you get black stepkids if you've been with her since middle school? Black stepkids plural, and you've been with her since middle. You don't look. Maybe it's got a recessive gene. I don't know. Genetics can be crazy, chat.
Once somebody puts it out there for their fun and entertainment, it's out there. And it's a problem.
So it's something we cannot verify the truth of?
Oh, he's got you. He's seething.
Is it
He's seething.
Thing that can be verified, true or false?
Ask your client.
Ask Afro Man. Afro Man can neither confirm nor deny if he had sexual relations with that woman's. All right.
Sean, you were
Sean,
called Officer
Sean,
Pound
groom,
Cake?
groom, groom. It looks better in his deposition. It looks like he's melting in this one.
by Mr. Foreman?
Multiple times.
You were
received hundreds of pound cakes at work from different people.
Okay. And the context of that name comes from a music video that Mr. Foreman created, correct?
I don't know where he got it at, but you'd have to ask him that question.
I can't believe how they answer these questions where it's like, you're trying to say that beyond a shadow of a doubt, well, beyond the standard of evidence is different, but like 51% you're sure. You got to convince the jury 51% that you're sure that he did this and it was a lie, that he knew was a lie, to maliciously cause you emotional distress, which resulted in an injury. That is what you're trying to convince the jury mostly of. And it's like, if you're getting asked questions like, did he cheat? He's like, no, he didn't. My wife never did that. I'm 100% sure of it. That motherfucker is lying and shit to cause me injury, reputational harm. And they're just like, could have happened. Then why go to court? Why go to court if it could have happened?
The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door. Then I heard the glass break. They found no kidnapping victims, just a living pound cake. Mama's living pound cake. It tastes so nice.
Okay, we listen to this. Did they cut to him crying? Oh yeah, let's see him cry.
Stop it there. So you've seen Exhibit D.
I don't know who this guy is.
I'm gonna get your steps in things for that.
He looks like he regrets being part of this now that it's public and happening. Oh my god.
Mr. Estep, I'd like to take a look at the screen in
Blow
front of
that
you.
up. Check that out. This is super low quality clip. Some female streamer talking over this, but it appears that this is an Instagram post of this cop dressed up in a leotard, like a sumo thing. I don't know what you call that, but
You're gonna see what's been marked Defense Exhibit C.
Defense Exhibit C. The defense presents Exhibit C. Your Honor.
Have you seen that post?
Yes.
And
Look at the
that's
comments.
Singular post that Mr. Foreman made in reference to you, correct?
Yes.
Where you were called, and I quote, Colonel King Kong Bundy.
Yes.
King Kong Bundy was a wrestler, correct?
Yes.
Damn good one, correct?
Damn good
I don't know
one.
about that. I can't answer that.
Okay. So it was like a wrestling thing. It's like, okay, it's like, he's fat. I got you. So it went to trial, and it was up to a jury of his peers to decide his fate. Would Afro Man be guilty? And if he was guilty, it would go to appeals, where he'd probably get a new trial, or would just be thrown out because the case was a fucking farce to begin with. But would he be found guilty? Afro Man was arraigned, or had a jury of his peers, but they were all whitey. And obviously, in rural Ohio, could he expect to get a fair trial against the police department with a jury of whiteys? Well, as it turns out, yes. They found that he was not guilty of defamation or IIED, and the charges would be dropped. Not the charges, but the case would be dismissed. So, I believe... You know what? Oh, it's in my bookmarks. It's not on this account, though. Hold up. Oh, I have to find this. Hold up. It's in my bookmarks. It wasn't on my planner. It's worth it. Trust me, chat. Professional streamer here. No way. Where the fuck is it? Is it on this account's bookmarks? No. Oh, was it in the Matt the Internet thread? No way. Have I lost this clip? That's so infuriating. There is a clip of him when the verdict is read in, and he's sitting there. He's got his glasses on. He's dressed like Afro Man in court, which is funny. But you can see coming down his cheek as it's read in is a single tear, like an Indian, a single Cherokee tear rolling down his face, and is beyond my understanding how I could have fucking lost this. I know Clipboard didn't happen. I know, bro. Okay, we're finding it. I'm doing whatever it takes to find this fucking clip. Okay. Dude, what is up with my file server today? It must either like there's an attack, or one of my providers is like shitting itself, because this is fucking unacceptable. Let me try restarting my VPN. That sounds like a great idea. I'm gonna do that. Okay, reconnected. Refresh. Download the fucking video. Dude. I don't know how this is possible. What a pain in my fucking ass. Okay. I'll come back to it if it... Wait. Now is it connected? I just got a notification about it. How many hundreds of hours I put into this shit? 100 hours too many. Okay, so there were more funny clips. This one I'll just skip over. This old woman, the ex-wife, testifying in defense of Afro Man. She was asked about the allegations that he was banging crackhead women. One particular question stood out. Are you familiar with the song "Wet Ass Pussy"? I don't know if she was or was not. The judge did side in his favor. He went out into court, gave a victory speech, surrounded by fans, by the entire Adams County came out to see him, and then he got high. That's right. Okay, I do have this one. Hold up. 8-7. There we go.
Yeah, we did it, America. Yeah, we did it. Right on. Yeah, God bless America. Yeah, power to the people. Yeah.
It was a jury trial. He got the verdict from the jury and had to drop the charges of the case against him. You can't see. Oh no, hold up. One more time then. Sorry. Professionals. I got so discombobulated.
Yeah, we did it, America.
Look at that turnout. Look at how does it get more patriotic than this? Look at all those white people who fucking love this guy. I'm telling you, man. Like it's moments like these. You see a black guy who's so big based, and you're like, well, maybe we can work something out. The Indians have to go back though. We can work something out. The Indians, no chance. They got to go back. They got to go back to India. Sorry, Meta. That's right. You won the case, white jury, the bitch-ass police department, and I prepared a lemon pound cake in honor of the Afro Man trial. If you decide to make your own lemon pound cake, chat, do not try the trick where you put flour into butter and then cover the pan with that. Just use regular non-stick spray because it will stick. The butter flour trick does not fucking work, but the pound cake was exquisite. Well, I mean, I haven't eaten the entire pound cake, but it is very good. I don't know. Maybe I should have asked Afro Man's mom for tips. Apparently, the lemon pound cake that she makes is extremely enviable. And she probably has figured out the non-stick issue already, champ. That cake is AI. The cake's not fucking AI. I got it on my fucking stovetop, motherfucker. If you want to know the truth about it, bish. Any excuse to break out my expensive camera and put it towards a business purpose, chat. I actually, it's kind of embarrassing. I have my fancy camera, and then I got so frustrated with lighting that I bought light stands. So now I have like an entire studio. I can break out of my closet and do professional grade photography. Okay. There's the small hobbies, chat, to keep you from collapsing inwards from stress related to, and the cake also helps with stress. Okay. Sorry, I wanted to play that one thing of him crying. Wait, is this it? No, this is the other thing. Did that file download? It's the file. Motherfucking file is still going. How is that even possible? How is my site so fucked up with this fucking piece of shit? I'm so angry. I've gone through too much stress, too much bullshit for you not to fucking download, you motherfucker. All right, next. Next on to internet and shitification news. We have Brazil has decided to launch mandatory age verification laws for all online platforms, which means that ID is being pushed through very successfully, and we're all going to suffer for it. There is some speculation that sites like YouTube and Facebook are actively lobbying for this for various reasons. One of which is that they want to know more about you, and Real ID is a good excuse to have to collect information about who you are. The other schizo theory that I've heard in regards to why platforms are trying to pass this kind of legislation is that it helps verify that you're a human, And apparently, up to 20% of all ad revenue spent on advertising on platforms like Facebook are fraudulently expended on bots. And supposedly the ad sites are like really pressing that something be done about this or they'll stop spending. And Meta's revenue is entirely based off advertising. So the advertisers are probably fucking us all over indirectly. And it's going to cause them to lobby for real IDs. So I've been thinking about what to do about it, if maybe it's worth doing USIP stuff for. But I don't know. It's like such a big deal and there's already so many people talking about it. Like, I feel like they've already made up their minds, and the lobbies involved are already so powerful that it's like, and they've passed like laws in 21 states already. It feels kind of relentless. So I don't know. In California, they had passed a law recently where age identification has to be baked into operating systems. I mentioned this last stream. But it's like now they want it to make it so that if you have a computer in California, you have to specify the age of the user, and this has to transmit to websites. So it doesn't sound that bad because it's like, oh, I can just say I'm 21 or whatever, and that gets transmitted to websites. But it's like another flag in your browser. Like, it's kind of hard to explain, but as I've learned through doing my anti-bot screening, browsers have signatures, and if you look at all the information that your computer sends a foreign website, when you connect to it on every page load, it's a huge amount of information. And when you combine that information together, it creates a identifier that is extremely unique to your computer if it's a computer that has any kind of customizations. Then there are further tailorings to it. Websites can figure out what fonts you have installed. So if you have a computer and you've decided to install a font that your university uses or something, you now have a computer that has all your regular browser identifiers, all your operating system identifiers, and then also certain things like a special font. And that's going to limit your profile down to a single computer, and they can track you that way. So now, then on top of that, we're going to have to transmit age via the browser. And that's just another flag. Like, even if you decide, fuck it, I'm going to say I was born on, January 1st, 1989, like, that's a unique identifier, There's only so many days in the last 100 years that someone could have been born in, and that's the fake birthday that you're going to put in. And it's like, that's another flag to track who you are. So even if it's a very insecure type of age screening like that, it's still a way that Facebook can try and track who you are and target you with specific advertisers or detect if you're a bot. So it's more bullshit, and I despise it. But I feel kind of powerless to it. I'm still hoping that we can do something about. Here's how petty I am, by the way. If you go to usips.org, which is where I've started to keep track of the letters I'm sending. There hasn't been a good reason to send letters in a while. In February, there was the the Federal Reserve proposed a ban internally on their reputational risk. So I did actually comment in support of this. So if you want to read my advocacy letters, you can do that. However, here's how petty I am. This morning I woke up and I read that the Copyright Office was wanting to increase fees for registering copyrights. So I wrote a letter of support for this. And I said, yeah, you got to crank those fucking fees way up. I'm talking like $1,000. There's no way. It's irresponsible for the Copyright Office to not charge more for registering copyrights. They gotta make that shit like $1,000 each registration for at least. So that's what I did. That's what I spent my morning doing. I was eating my lemon pound cake, drinking milk, and writing a letter to the Copyright Office saying, those fees, not gonna cut it, buddy. You gotta crank that shit up. You gotta cover your bases here. Don't forget, computers are getting very expensive. So there we go. Maybe I can do some age verification stuff. I want to get more serious about it. And if as I'll mention, the finances of the forum stay solid and things are more stable, obviously I have to fix the fucking file system again. But if they stay stable, maybe I can enlist help or something, and we can look at this. I only wear my gloves when I'm recording myself. Okay. Twitter is thinking about allowing country-specific filtering for users. So they've started to try and track where you are to be more transparent about the authorship of posts. Now they're going to let you try and filter people depending on geographical regions. So you can say, I don't want posts from Ireland. I hate the Irish. I don't want any Irish posts, or Germany or something. You can be like, fuck, you know what? Romanians. Can't stand them. You can block it. Or you can even say, you know what? All of Western Europe. Not a single good thing's come out of Western Europe since 1936. I'm sick of hearing about it. Fuck you guys. You can just block all of Western Europe. So that's what X is up to. This is a well-received feature. Very excited for it. By the way, I don't think I lined this up as a thing for the later segments. And this news segment's going to be kind of long. It's probably going to be like half the stream is going to be on YouTube. So the YouTube numbers don't show up in the live counter, in case you're wondering, but I will keep going. I wanted to mention that Tyler Oliveira has been deplatformed again. And I've reached out to him twice about trying to help him keep his site up, and he's not replied. So I don't know if he's doing a thing where he wants to get kicked off 109 platforms to be like, oh, how they persecute me. Or if, I don't know, he did a thing with Sam Hyde recently. I don't know if Sam Hyde, like, whatever you do, don't take help from the Kiwi Farms. They're radioactive, toxoplasmosis, whatever the fuck. Or if he's just not interested. But just so you know, I have reached out to him twice now, and I haven't gotten a reply. He has my email, he has Zitter, and he has Signal. So I've done all I can. Okay. This was fun. Singapore is now in custody of Amos Yee. So if you're like new to this kind of like sector, you don't know who Amos Yee is. But I want to say it was 2016, 2017 where Amos Yee kind of became a micro celebrity as like a lolcow, because he randomly made a video. I suppose I'll give you a little bit more backstory. Amos Yee is from Singapore, and he came to the United States after he published a video making fun of the Singaporean country's founder. And Singapore is one of those countries where they have a sort of cult of personality for their country's founder, like Mao Zedong. And you're not allowed to ridicule him or impugn his honor, because Singapore is a very small country, and obviously their ability to become independent has been an enormous benefit for them as a people. So they're very protective of his reputation, and when he started making fun of him, he fled to the United States, and he actually received asylum status in the United States for persecution from the Singaporean government for freedom of speech. And while he was here on asylum for protecting his freedom of speech, he then thought, I guess, oh, these Americans are really great with freedom of speech. We can say whatever we want here. So he became an advocate for pedophilia and made a bunch of videos talking about age of consent and child sexual consent and so on and so forth, until it caught the attention of like Medicare and a bunch of people that in the sector, like 2017. And Medicare did a video about him called Amos Yee in Cell Block C, which was a very sticky title. And humorously, after these videos went viral, he got evicted from the house he was renting because they doxed him, and they said, like, look, this guy that you're renting your house to, he's like an open pedophile. And then he had to come out and say that it was all just jokes, bro, because, surprise, I think they either caught him trying to solicit sex. I think it was. He was actively soliciting a real kid. It wasn't just like a possession charge for CSAM. He actually was soliciting. And so he went to jail. Immediately, I think he went to jail for several years, and that's why we all forgot about him. He was like arrested in 2018, served 6 years, gets out in 2024, and immediately, because we're in the Trump era, he's immediately detained by ICE for deportation because he's a pedophile, and that is against the rules of staying in the United States. So he was really shitting himself about being deported back to Singapore, because now he's in custody of the Department of Homeland Security for violating the terms of his stay in the United States. And if he went back to Singapore, they could arrest him for the defamation thing, but he had committed a different crime. Singapore has Israeli, South Korean style mandatory service. You have to do 2 years of military service as a male in Singapore as a part of their defense strategy. like with South Korea, like with Israel, and like with Switzerland. Switzerland is a lesser extent, like 18 weeks. But part of their philosophy is that if every man in this country knows how to use a firearm, we're harder to invade or occupy. So he didn't want to do that, and he fled the country. So he would not have to do that. And there is no statute of limitations on this law. So as soon as he was deported to Singapore's airport, the Ministry of Defense and the Ministry of Home Affairs arrested him for draft dodging. And now he's in a Singaporean jail awaiting trial for draft dodging for, I want to say they actually increased the charge for the longer you draft dodge. So he's been draft dodging for like 10 years now. And even longer. I think it's like 13 years. So he might get longer than I want to say it's 3 years maximum jail sentence. So he might get longer than the mandatory statutory maximum for that charge if they can augment it in some ways. So to recap, he fled Singapore. America literally opened its arms to him and said, "Welcome, my child. Your free speech lights the way." And then he said, "You know what? I want to fuck kids." So then he got arrested for trying to fuck a kid. And then as soon as he got out, he got deported to Singapore, where he now faces additional charges in Singapore, which is not very nice to its criminals, for draft dodging. And that is Amos Yee. If you want a picture of him, I put this on the Twitter, which you should follow, by the way. That's him. He tried to plead to Singapore to not let the United States deport him back to Singapore because he says, "You wouldn't want me." And they said, "Fuck you. Come back, buddy. We got some things to sort out." And so they are sorting it out now. And that's Amos Yee in cell block SG for Singapore. Next, I watched the documentary by Louis Theroux about the Manosphere. And I have to say that Louis' style of doing interviews has changed. He's a lot more assertive than he used to be. I've mentioned this before, and it has caused controversy. I was a big fan of Louis Theroux documentaries when I was younger. I remember being like in high school age and watching all of them that I could find. He's done a lot of interesting interviews and documentaries. He's interviewed the Westboro Baptist Church. He went to a it's an interesting documentary about the legal system too. He went to a rehabilitation center for pedophiles because in America we have this interesting thing where we can hold somebody in a psychiatric hold for as long as we want, as long as they continue to pose a threat to themselves or others. And there's a legal concept that pedophiles can never be rehabilitated, and so they still possess a criminal mind. And so we will put somebody in jail for a sex crime against a child for 10 years. And then when they get released, we release them into a psychiatric, like an asylum, and they stay there forever until they die, because we classify them as sick and that they can't be rehabilitated from their sickness. So he went to one of these and discussed it with them. And of course, they're all crying about their rights and shit, about how their rights are being violated because they have a life sentence for a crime they already served their time on. Very interesting. The Westboro Baptist Church is one of the most interesting ones because usually when he did like interviews with the KKK people were very clumsy and easily epically owned by Louis Theroux. His interview style, and the reason why I like him, is that he's very good at asking questions and tripping people up on their own internal logic based off the questions that he asks. And it makes for a very passive interview style where any kind of hostility is unmatched by Louis Theroux's own questions, because he's not trying to be inflammatory. They're questions that a child could ask. Like a child could come up with the sequence of questions that he comes up with, and it poses him very innocent. And the Westboro Baptist Church people, they have a very rigid internal logic, and his interview with them didn't go anywhere because they had great answers for all of his questions, which I remember as a teenager being very impressed by that. But he's done a bunch, and so I've always liked Louis Theroux, and there's always been this sentiment, because I think he talked to Nick Fuentes and stuff at some point, and he became kind of left-leaning, like openly, and a lot more open to like pushing back and being assertive, which was not his style. And he's much more like that in this, where he's very opinionated and will more directly call people out. And it's kind of a departure. So I didn't like this interview as much. I didn't feel like there was much substance there. But what it did impart on me is a immense fear for the future, because if little boys and teenagers are looking up to people like Myron Gaines and Clavicular and these fucking losers like in Spain, we're cooked, unks, us collectively, the unks of the world, the kids is fucking cooked, because they are such obvious grifting scammers, low intelligent monkey men. And if that's what people are idolizing now, it's like, it's over. It's just like, it's fucking over. They're grift pilled. Yeah, exactly. Like, the guys are just so obviously full of shit, and they're so obviously lacking any kind of moral fiber, and nobody cares. And I think that's W. And they just spam W in the chat. Oh, dude, he's grifting again. Oh, he's lying through his teeth. Oh, he's just being flippant and insufferable. W. Can we spam some W's? I love it when my favorite streamer is just a lying fucking hypocrite asshole constantly. That's W Riz. Okay. The main character of the documentary was this guy in Spain who was just some fucking loser. He's a pimp, basically. He's a pimp that hates whores and says that women are whores, and he hates whores. But he also openly manages OnlyFans whores, like Andrew Tate does. And he says, like, it's all about that cheddar, man, all about that guap, you know what I'm saying? Like, I hate whores, but like, I'll do whatever it takes for the money. And I just tell people that straight up. I'm not quiet about it at all and shit. And it's just like pathetic. Myron Gaines he does the Fresh and Fit show, which I've seen a lot of clips from because it circulates around a lot. But in this, he talks to Louis about how he's an alpha male and he's going to have multiple wives. And his girlfriend literally divorces him, or his wife. I think it's his wife. Whatever, the woman that he's with breaks up with him because she was willing to tolerate the polyamory, like him fucking around, getting his dick wet. She didn't know that he wanted like a harem of multiple wives that would all be like co-partner equals. And she found out about this because Louis asked her about his plans that he told him immediately before. And after that, she just like, she was not clued in on this plan, so she left him. So I got some clips here. This is Murdered by Crayons. I know Murdered by Crayons because I want to say that they were heavily involved in Jonathan Yanev's what was it, expose stuff. I recognize the username. No, it's Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is the one that they followed quite closely and documented all the evidence that he was a sex trafficker, because he denies it to this day that he did anything wrong, but he's obviously a sex trafficker. He literally wrote books about how to sex traffic by seizing women's passports, and Murdered by Crayons documented all that. Okay, Myron Gaines accuses Louis Theroux's woke Netflix documentary of making him look crazy with bad editing as he's dumped by girlfriend after bragging about plan to have 2 wives. Myron then went to Zitter and posted this. He said, "Hey, Louis Theroux," oh, sorry, you can't see this. "Louis Theroux, why did you edit out the context-critical part from this Netflix documentary? Was it because it showed my ex accepted my one-way polygamous relationship, which blows up your narrative you tried to spin in the documentary? This is just one of the many clips I have proving your deceptive journalism. You're a liar with an agenda. It's time for you to be exposed." Let's see it.
You've backtracked on that already?
Okay. Let me put the gain up. This is really quiet.
2 would be too tough, you know. You've backtracked on that already? Some people in this backtracked on that already? No. Yeah, it's so funny.
No, it's just that I think the way I see it is that we had like a sort of weird relationship in the past when we started, where he was seeing other girls and kind of like taking seriously, kind of not. And I think if that ever comes to reality, it will have to be some special girls that we have to be in some sort of connection. We accept everything, and we are like in the same.
Yeah, plot. She would need to. We've talked about this. She would need to get it like the other girl. Like I would. Oh yeah, I would make a point that I would make a point that they would get along, because I don't think dislike. That would be a headache for me.
No, they say about polygamy that number one is that the two wives are closer than they are to the husband.
Yes, that's so important. That's very, very important.
But even then, I think it's hard.
No, and everything will have to be equal in order to work, I guess. So I don't know. I think we will see in the future.
Oh, I remember. Okay, this is why this part didn't make it into the documentary. When you see it from his side, I wonder if you can. Let me restart the clip.
Two would be too tough, you know.
You've backtracked on that already. Some people in this.
Oh, he doesn't. Okay.
On that already.
He cut it really early. When he asked her about the multiple wives thing, she goes like bug-eyed, looks at Myron confused, looks back at Louis, and then starts stuttering and starts coping about it, like, you know, and then is like obviously spinning bullshit to try and keep the peace. Like obviously just not okay with it, but not trying to embarrass him in front of the documentarian. Myron then replied to every single post making fun of this. Jason says, bro said my ex unironically. She obviously hated it and never fully consented it, hence why she began cheating on you with Pablo Escobar. Myron Gaines says, correction, I left because she wanted a family. Do your research, idiots. And now he broke up with her because she said, I want children. And I guess he doesn't want children. He just wants 3 wives that produce no children. How do you preach for women to start families and stay at home just for you to leave because she wanted one? Crying laughing emoji. Let's see. And then Myron Gaines revealed that he desperately tried to get embarrassing footage of him and his ex-girlfriend Angie removed from Louis Theroux's documentary. He claimed that he wanted the footage removed for Angie's safety. Many think that he wanted it removed because it made him look like a fool. It did.
Again, I knew.
Sorry, let me cut that down.
They were gonna do this bullshit. So we're just exposing them for what they are. I was hoping I wouldn't have to use this footage, but now we're using it.
That's not fair to them. I signed up for it, they didn't. So that's really what it is. I think it's a very reasonable request.
And I'm telling them, cut her out. You guys can get content with me. Cut her out, though, for her safety.
I think the danger is that it looks like in a film where we're documenting the masculinity movement and asking questions about whether it's damaging or abusive, right? Asking questions about how appropriate it is in relation to women, then we can't allow someone, even the appearance of someone, silencing a woman. Like the idea.
Silencing a woman, right?
I'm not silencing a woman.
I'm counting the lies.
She doesn't want to be in the documentary. I can show you the text message or call her on 3-way and let you hear it yourself. She does not want to be in the documentary whatsoever.
But Angie's on your stream, Myron.
She's not. She hasn't been on my streams in months. She has not been on my content for.
She still are. Anyone can easily find her on.
That's also in this video. It kind of, if anyone knows what I'm talking about, let me know. There's a quote from like a French aristocrat about how anti-Semitism is an upper class thing, and when it is given to the lower class, it becomes vulgar. I've gotten that feeling as well. It's like now that anti-Semitism is just like an Arab Mohammedan thing, it's like, oh, that's so vulgar and retarded. Because is Louis Theroux even Jewish? Because they keep calling, there's that one guy in Spain that kept calling him a Jew. Louis Theroux, Jewish, ? He is not Jewish. He has been mistaken for being Jewish. He's actually, I'm not Jewish, I have no problems with being identified as Jewish, but it's not a factual statement. Louis Sébastien Theroux. Born in Singapore? What the fuck? He's a dual American UK born in Singapore. That is, I did not know that he was born in Singapore. It was like there was a woman, she was a lead singer for some band I was looking up, and I discovered that she was born in India, like because her parents were like British, and she was born in India. I'm like, what the fuck? And they actually, I think even on the article they referred to her as Indian. And I was like, she's not even a citizen. Anyways, yeah, rich parents probably. They probably went to Singapore for like world-class medical care or some shit. Maybe there was like a pregnancy complication. And by the way, awesome. This I'm just throwing this in to be dirty. This post comes by Awesome Jew, who last post was about how when I checked it, Tyler Olivier deserved to be kicked off 109 platforms because it's his fault. Awesome Jew has this to say. Myron Gaines is gay. So here we have Eric Wessel, a big happy birthday goes up to my boy Amro Foodle today, losing soon for Georgia than Texas. I'm going to miss my loud black buddy at Aesthetic Fuddle. This is them together, apparently. This is them together at some sort of gay convention. He's even doing the Ralpha Mail thing. Oh no, he's getting the weak that should fear the strong by a Georgia boy. How I don't want to break your buck, but I'm gonna have to. The weak should fear the strong. And then of course, I mean that's why you can have a relationship like that. You have an open-ended relationship with a woman you don't care about for like looks, and then you're like, I'm gonna have 3 women to make myself look ultra masculine because my buck's been broken. But yeah, there you go. Thanks, awesome Jew. Very cool. Next, as we continue the pedophilia segment, a transgender moderator deletes account after being exposed as registered child sex offender. Now, the real crazy thing about Bryn, that picture looks very familiar to me. I want to say that I've commented on a Bryn at some point. The crazy thing about this is that it was known within the M2F moderator community on Reddit that this person who was one of their power mods was a pedophile. And DMs have even come out of Cedar Paw, the top mod, advising to Bryn that they make a new account, post in unrelated subreddits, and then come back to our M2F and get modship. And that way they can continue to be a mod while the users of the subreddit being none the wiser as to his return or to his conviction and registered sex offender status. So posts trying to point out the fact that he was a pedophile have gotten deleted, gotten purged, and apparently it's not even the first one of active pedophile moderators on Reddit. So I want to point out that this is a publicly traded company. I want to say that Reddit is evaluated at something like $16 billion. It's like an absurdly high amount of money for Reddit. And that's because they sell all that data to AI companies and stuff. But yeah, that's pretty par for the course from Reddit. And this is from the Duggar family, famous for 19 kids and counting, who I looked up the timeline of the Duggar family, and it's actually really tragic. They had 1 kid, then they had a miscarriage, then they had 18 more kids. They named their show 19 and Counting, and then they had a stillborn daughter. And after the stillborn daughter, they never had another child. So really quite morbid. Anyways, I was aware that they had issues with like pedophilia in the family, but Joseph Duggar, who is, I want to say 31 years old. Oh, Josh Duggar was Josh. Imagine going your whole life being called Josh. So Josh Duggar was sentenced to 12 years for possessing child sexual abuse material. Joseph was I want to say the 5th child. I have this in my notes. The 7th child. So he's 30, and there was an old claim that he had molested one of his cousins that was brought back into public, and he was arrested for that. So there you go. I think at a certain point when you have 19 kids, you can't properly parent them, even if you're literally the best parent in the entire world. So they got what they wanted, because it's not just they had 19 kids. All of their kids also have kids for the most part. So they've got, I want to say 40 grandchildren now. They have 19 living children and 40 grandchildren after that. So they're saving the white race. And you know what? I guess if you're... Oh, by the way, if you ever want proof that the Kiwi Farms is not a monolith, you should go read the Quiverful thread on the Kiwi Farms. The people there are very anti-natalist, and they take stories like this as evidence that large families are an abomination that leads to pedophilia and rape, calling their family a sex cult, which I don't agree with, but... They get angry when people are like, have 20 children, because they're like, look at the Duggar family, see the damage it has wrought, know what you are doing. Buy a kid for your kid, that's right. And it was announced by the sheriff's office that they had arrested him. 31-year-old Joseph Garrett Duggar for lewd and lascivious behavior involving an unlawful sexual activity with a minor. I'm not sure how the 14-year-old victim participated in a forensic interview, and it happened when she was 9 years old. So she reported it 5 years after the fact in 2020. So there you go. Now, I'm going to put up the QR code because we will be switching to the second half of the stream where I talk about things I can't talk about on YouTube. But as I give people time to transition over to Kick or Rumble, I do advertise the Kick because I don't know. I might bug them for exclusivity at some point. I should talk about the successes the Kiwi farms have had in the interim in the last week. Now, I announced on the last stream that I was getting serious about funding because of the lawsuit with Liz Fong Jones, and I am happy to give you some updates on how that has progressed. On the case itself, Liz Fong Jones' attorney from Cusk gave us extraordinarily strict deadlines in how we should respond to them, or else we would be immediately sued. And so naturally, of course, when asked after filing a lawsuit preemptively against them to seek declaratory judgment, the very first thing that we did was ask them to waive service because Liz Fong Jones is frequently travels and is in the UK right now, which is neither where one of their residences are. And naturally, of course, because the timing of this is so strict and the damages are so just stacking on so fast every day that content stays up, naturally, after being asked to waive service, they've asked for a 120-day extension to file a answer to our complaint. So just so you know, the Liz Fong Jones lawsuit, they've requested 100 days to reply. So we're talking about a third of a year before the next update in that case. 102 days. Thank you. I was close. I got like a dyslexic or a German number there. So they've stipulated to this. We agreed to it, and that's where the case is with that. The GoFundMe, the Gibson Go, reached its goal of $100,000, passing it to just under $105,000. One particular shout-out worth mentioning, it was to... I read a lot of these out that were very funny. But I want to say that there was a significant donation from Turkey Tom as well. Yeah, Turkey Tom for $5,000. We are Charlie Kirk. So one of the largest donations tied to the in first place. I think that's Turkey Tom. I don't know who else has $5,000 to play a prank. So shout out to Turkey Tom as well. That one came out after the stream. I think he also retweeted it, so I'm pretty confident that's him. I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody, of course. If I didn't read out your donation, I apologize. But I was actually really surprised, by the way, because someone broke down the donations from the API. And there was like a third of the donations were just in total amount, like a third of the total amount came from, like it broke down, like a third were like very large donations over $1,000. A third were between like $100 and $1,000. But then a third of it was small dollar donations below $100, which is really crazy because that's not usually how campaigns like this go. Usually you have super large donors floating most of the expenses, and then the $20 donations don't really add up all that much. And it's about 15% of the campaign actually comes from small dollar donations. So that's a really, really crazy statistic is how much of that came from just people chipping in small amounts. As far as the funds coming out, they have come out. We have successfully received $100,000 of the donation into the Texas IOLTA, which is an interest on lawyer trust account, which will be the war chest moving forward. And also, and this is honestly the trust account, as I mentioned, I don't dip into the trust account for personal expenses. I dip into the trust account only for legal expenses, which is why it has lasted so long. It doesn't bankroll my lifestyle or whatever in any way, shape, or form. It goes to no business expenses. It's literally just what we spend on legal fees and stuff. And so what I'm personally more excited about, which I don't know, does that sound rude? Not really, because it helps the site. We have actually reached the 600 out of 600 goal, and we are close to actually 700 now. which was the goal that I set for month-to-month support. I imagine it will contract a little bit after the first month, but if we can stay over 600, I cannot emphasize enough how much that will help in terms of being able to afford myself, afford our month-to-month expenses, to be able to pay taxes, to be able to prepare for the future, and to actually save money to handle sudden unexpected expenses. So I'm very, very grateful for all the and I honestly I didn't expect it to hit this just from the SEPA payments, because I didn't think we had that many Europeans on the site, but all the SEPA payments, mostly Europeans, is mostly where this money came from. People from like Poland and Finland and other EU countries. So if we do ever actually get to manage to expand American, we might actually get a lot further, which would be really cool. So if I feel like a little bit more high energy today, a little bit more chill, it's because I've sat down since and I've crunched the numbers. And this is the first month in literal years since since Drop Kiwi Farm started that I have ended the month with 4 digits in savings. There was one month, it was January 2025, when I got kicked off of the Gumroad because of Stripe. I got my Stripe side terminated from all the Mad at the Internet stuff. I made in January 2025 $645. That was my complete and total take home for the entire month, because every source of revenue that I had was immediately severed as soon as I landed back in the United States. So in January 2025, I made $645. And at this point, with just this, it's like 20 times that. Which obviously helps a lot with breathing easy. Okay. So I really appreciate everybody. I appreciate the people who subscribe to matttheinternet.gumroad.com and matttheinternet.locals.com for the podcast and the super chatters, because it makes my life possible, and the weird shit that I do possible, and the important work that I do, such as complaining to the Copyright Office that their fees are too low, possible. And as a reward for the podcast people, I've not forgotten about you. I will be doing something with PPP this month. We have a rough idea. Probably, I think we always do Tuesdays, so I'll probably record it with them on Tuesday. We have an idea for some content. I'm excited for it, chat. And tease the next Kiwi. I think that there's an idea. I'm gonna have to crack the whip, get that fucking Kiwi made. I think there's an idea in play. We wanted to do male, female, male, female, male, female, but the 600 one was special because it hit the goal, and I asked for a posh Kiwi. So the only teaser I can give is the next one will be a female Kiwi. And yeah, they're very cute. What a wonderful idea this was, to do the little Kiwi art things. Everyone loves them. Okay, that's enough shilling. Thank you, everybody. Oh, and somebody asked that I show the features attached to the thing. I will show you one of them. Actually, both of them, because this account has it. The first one is the view reply thing. You can check the replies if you have the gold banner to see all the posts that have replied to any other posts, either by quoting it or by embedding it, and then you can view the highlights in the thread in the paginated view, which is very useful if you're reading the threads like the fishing thread. So those are the features you get right now. On top of the Jewish content sticker, you can go to this. Oman claims Israel pushed U.S. into war. Okay, we can go to this. I'm going to pick this post and say Jewish content. This is obviously the Jewish content one you have to pay for. You would never get this kind of sticker for free. This is an extremely premium sticker that only the most gracious and generous amongst us can apply to people. You and PPP should try soaking? Is that a sex thing that Mormons do? That's a very weird comment. I don't know why I read that aloud. Okay. All right. Sorry, YouTube people, but you know how it is. Neil Maham, you are dismissed. And we'll switch over to regular news, Ham. Okay. All right, and press the button. Oops, that's the end stream button. That is not what I wanted. Okay. All right. Alrighty now. Let us go to our first not safe for Neil Maham news segment. And that is, of course, the Big Nigga Burgers. I'm going to guess that ARG is Argentina. So they got Big Nigga Burgers down in Argentina. And I've been looking into Argentina more. I have a guy that I've been talking to for a while about coffee and silver down in Argentina. And he's given me the hard sell on Argentina. He's like, Argentina, our country is so white and so prosperous, and Malaya is so based, and we're fixing all the problems. And Argentina, superpower 2030. So he's giving me the hard sell, but he never brought up the Big Nigga Burgers to me. So let's hear what these are about.
There's a restaurant called Big Nigga Burgers. And at first I'm like, oh, black-owned restaurant called Big Nigga Burgers. So I was a little skeptical at first. So I had to do my research to make sure this shit is legit. To make sure this shit is a real place. Only to find out it's not black-owned. It's in fucking Argentina. Franco here's the CEO, the owner, the manager. Whatever the fuck you want to call it. And my first thought is, why they use the word nigga? Why not negro? You know, the Spanish word they use in Argentina for black?
Big Black Burgers. Just has a better ring to it. I agree.
But I realized black isn't the aesthetic they're going for. They're chasing the nigga aesthetics, G. Like, why change Monkey Luffy to a black man? Oh, I get it. It's an excuse because your burger buns are black, huh? They even got an option of niggas you could choose from. You could choose a nigga, a big nigga, a triple nigga, but it's an excuse because they characters are black. Okay, I get it. How about when they posted this picture right here but forgot to make him black? So they had to repost it with a better caption. And if any of you bitch ass niggas think that I'm reaching, don't take it from me, take it from them theyself. They still running the nigga verse in their own words. They even turned Goku black into a legit black person. Hey, at least in Argentina, Franco, he got a big nigga waiting just for you. This shit is disgusting, diabolical, and I really
diabolical
slap to our face. But then you got people that's gonna be like, well, y'all could say it, why can't we say it? It's just a word. Y'all are so obsessed with us, this shit is ridiculous.
I've asked the guy in Argentina if he can get a Big Nigga Burger. I don't believe that the Big Nigga Burger is even real until I see it. But maybe we'll get a Kiwi coin next to a Big Nigga Burger. Okay, I'm enjoying this. I don't know. Apparently, like, Argentina is a big ass country. Like, if you want to drive from Buenos Aires to like any of the interior parts of Argentina, that's like a 12-hour drive. That's a serious commitment to drive to fucking Buenos Aires to get a Big Nigga Burger. Where is this at? It doesn't say where this Big Nigga Burger is at. I'm gonna look this up real quick. Big Nigga Burger. Big Nigga on Wheels. Where you at, G? Where you at? Big Nigga. That's not a real domain, though. Oh, I have to sign in to see this? Where is Big Nigga Burgers in Argentina? Oh, it's on Apple Maps. I can look this up. Buenos Aires. But it's not in, it's in Big Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires Grande. It's in Lomas de Zamora. Listen here. I have a very white audience. So if you're in Grande Buenos Aires and you know where Lomas de Zamora is, you got to go to Gibson 382 and get a... Oh! On the map, oh my god, I have to show you this. It's literally called Big Nigga Burger. But for some reason, on the Apple Maps, it shows Big N Burgers. It's truncated, but only on that. On the pen, it's still right. So it's in the system as Big Nigga Burgers, but for some reason, Siri will only refer to it by Big N Burgers. So look, if you're Argentinian and you know where the fuck this is, okay, you gotta go. You gotta go there. You gotta drive. Look, it's a convenient route. If you're in the heart of Buenos Aires, you just go down this big road called Avenida Hipólito Yrigoyen, okay? And then it's just right off that road, okay? No issues whatsoever. by the National University of Lomas de Zamora. Okay, all those students, they all go down here. Okay, they pick up a Big Nigga burger. I bet you he's delivering to the university all day, every day. The Big N's. Goyam Road. In another blow suffered by the pedophile community, DIY hormone hubs are shuttering down. They are unable to find a way to keep their sites up because they're getting deplatformed. Oh no. Oh no. So it looks like all the work that Keffels did to deplatform the Kiwi Farms has utterly and completely failed. But the pedophile hubs selling hormones to children are getting deplatformed by those very same mechanisms because they're technically illegal. Damn, chat. That's a real serious twist of irony and fate right there. That the Kiwi Farms stayed up, but the tranny HRT websites have gone down. Isn't that crazy? Life comes at you fast, bros. I don't know what you say. THRT site is closed. Let's read it. Unfortunately, due to some unanticipated events, we have decided to cease processing new orders. The support window for past orders has now closed, so no new support requests will be handled. If you were planning on purchasing from us, we recommend purchasing from this other tranny HRT site, including from the Trans Harm Reduction. Thank you for countless personal messages of hope over the years. We do not maintain any social media accounts. Okay, bye-bye. HRT Cafe has apparently shut down after too much media attention. Take advice from an old trans woman. Take those discussions underground. All of them. Yeah, don't let the prying eyes of the informed public see the perverse, disgusting, inhuman, unnatural, that's the word I was looking for, unnatural things that you guys get up to. Hide that shit. If the general public knew how fucking disgusting and vile you were, they would never tolerate it. So take advice, please take advice from an old trans woman. Take those discussions underground. Anything that discusses what we need to survive and where to get it, word of mouth and private forums only. They took down HRT Cafe. If you raise your hand if you know what a Madoka is and you recognize this anime avatar. This is your peer, this is your company. They took down HRT Cafe. Actually die. Stupid right-wing freaks, kill them all, he says. Ruva from Greened Out for DNP says, HRT Cafe has been shuttered, but transphobia will never win. Andrea James says, for those impacted by this week's sudden closure of DIY HRT Cafe, I have a live page on how to order hormones online with links to vendors. Okay, don't worry. Andrea James will make sure that you can buy your illegal hormones. Kate here wisened up and says, DIY HRT discussion should never occur on a public forum. Assume there's a Fed in every one. I Fucks King told you to keep all your Fucks King mouths shut about DIY HRT access and to keep it peer-to-peer. And so many fucksing people yelled at me. My God, I'm so sick of being right about shit and ignored. Fucks King, listen, you idealistic fools. Fucksk. Tragic. Very tragic. Also shuttering down, supposedly, allegedly, probably not, because I can't imagine he actually will. The Daily Stormer. The Daily Stormer has been in publication for 13 years. It's basically the pet of Andrew England specifically. There have been contributors to it on and off over the years, but I want to say, at least for my personal frame of reference, the Daily Stormer is probably the most influential of any neo-Nazi website. It has a wide cast of characters. I know Weave in particular was a member or a contributor. Very famously, Frederick Brennan, R.I.P., posted an article to the Daily Stormer that was in support of eugenics, saying that no abomination such as himself should be allowed to exist. Felt that was a little bit harsh, but he did do that. That was a thing that happened. And if I remember correctly, the big problem with Andrew Anglin was that he was very pro reducing the age of consent. He's one of those people that's like, a woman peaks at 16, and then after that, it's a ticking clock down in terms of value and as a wife and as a human, which is a stance I do not support and I consider very creepy. So I could never properly support Andrew England. His big issue, by the way, I want to say that he also got wrapped up in the Sandy Hook stuff, and he came out and said that all the parents in Sandy Hook were faking it. And so the parents sued him and won by default. He had originally hired attorneys, but then decided that the United States of America will rape him anyways. So he just abandoned his trial. And as a result, the Jews that were suing him got a default court order ordering first awarding them like $10 million in damages, but also gave them the ability to shut down their sites because they had a court order about how that site is like defamation, anti-Semitism, and whatever the fuck. So he could never keep a site open because he had this pending court order, which, by the way, was the exact reason why I decided to help Vinny in Australia, because I knew that we would face similar issues if there was something from Australia. So having a court order from America is much worse, and he could not maintain a ClearNet presence, and eventually gave up. And the Daily Stormer now is a hidden service only on Tor that he says that he is done with. And the reason why he's decided to say this is quite strange. In his opinion, the war in Iran is a demonstration that Israel has already completely and totally won its conquest of the United States, and that there is now no distinction between the American sovereignty and the Israeli sovereignty. The Israeli sovereignty has completely taken a hold of it and makes all decisions. So on that note, he then goes on to say that Iran will simply never surrender and will deploy nuclear weapons against Israel at some point, which will cause a nuclear exchange, or vice versa, saying that there's no way Israel would ever leave Iran intact in any way. So Israel and the United States are inevitably going to nuke Iran, and therefore it's a total Jewish victory, a complete and total Jewish victory that will end in Israel nuking people they don't like. And there's no point crying about it anymore. There's no point, as he says, there's no loss because there was nothing to lose. The Jews have already won. He then explains that the Daily Stormer has been financially supported by a single whale for the last 4 or 5 years, and that nobody else donates to the blog anymore, and so he's done. He's bored with it, and he is going to shut it down and stop publishing to it. He says he'll try to keep an archive up, but he's finished. So, yeah, I don't know. Very strange, because the Daily Stormer, when I was in Ukraine, was at like a peak of influence, I want to say. At the time, there was a branch of the Daily Stormer called Participation Démocratique, which was in France, and it was gaining a lot of traction. And they were very closely related with the Jan Valais people, which was the Yellow Jackets, and the anti-government protests happening at the time. But all that kind of petered out. From what I remember, the Daily Stormer was also trying to branch out to like Greece and stuff, and Italy. But I'm not joking, this is what I was told, that the Greek and Italian writers were very lazy, and they couldn't produce articles every day, so they kind of sucked. But the French and the Americans, England, could do that. So, and then after that, I didn't really hear anything about the Daily Stormer for several years. But that's about it. That's all I have to say about that. I don't know. I was never like a big reader or whatever, but yeah, that's how that goes. These kinds of things. They just wake up one day and it's gone. Next, kind of in the same vein, I've received another email from the E-Karen, as they like to call her. There's a woman in Australia. She's an Australian American, and her name is Karen, and she runs the Government of Australia's E-Safety Commission. the purpose of this commission, as defined by Australian law, is to find information on the internet which is harmful to the children of Australia and to request that it be taken down under penalty of fine. And I have received an email from Karen in regards to content they would like to be taken down immediately within 24 hours after receiving this email, because it is a class 1 I guess they classify it sort of like secure, contain, protect. Like, this is a Euclid class wrong thing, and it has to be taken down extra urgently or else. And what is this Euclid type object? It is the Nigger Cell Manifesto. That is the name of it. They decided to refer to it as The West Has Fallen, but as you can see from the cover of this, if I dare open such a document on stream, The West Has Fallen is the subtitle. The actual title is Nigger Cell by the Involuntary Nigger, okay? And I'm just reading what is written in front of me. This rambling, as I've been told by the Soy Jack Party, because this is obviously very soy-influenced, this is Cole, unfortunately. His manifesto was not Jimmy, it was Cole, and Unc did not cook El Riz, so quite sad. Karen is also similarly nonplussed by such a document and would like its existence to be terminated. I decided to be very diplomatic with my reply to this. Some people claim that this post was AI. I do use AI to check for typos because I'm atrocious at typoing, but the sentiment was mine. My reply to the e-safety Karen was this. Locale LLC, doing business as Kiwi Farms, is a business entity incorporated under the laws of the state of West Virginia and conducts its operations exclusively within the United States of America. We have no offices, employees, assets, or other business nexuses in Australia or any other jurisdiction outside the U.S. We do not concede that your notice creates any enforceable obligation upon us under Australian law. Regarding the material identified in Attachment A, the Nigger Cell Manifesto, authored by Solomon Henderson, in connection with the 2025 Antioch High School shooting, we note that this document is directly relevant to a matter of significant public interest within the United States, the jurisdiction whose laws govern our operations. The Federal Bureau of Investigation has classified this category of material as an example of nihilistic violent extremism, NVE. And this is true. This is something that the FBI publishes information about because it's how they classify most shootings these days, the ones that get attention for like anti-gun people. They're overwhelmingly perpetrated by people who have like fully embraced like a nihilistic anti-life perspective and take that out on people. And it's called NVE, Nihilistic Violent Extremism, a recognized threat typology that the FBI actively studies and publishes guidance on. The preservation and availability of the primary source document of this nature serves legitimate public safety functions. It assists researchers, educators, parents, and law enforcement in understanding the ideological language and behavioral indicators associated with NVE, particularly as it affects young people. United States law recognizes and protects this interest. And that's also true. That's not bullshit. In fact, someone even replied to this thread saying that they're a behavioral researcher, and it baffles them how they could, who has talked about NVE as a threat typology and what to look out for in kids. And they said that they are baffled at how they would be expected to study these kinds of things without having access to the documents. And then I finalized by being a little bit more mean because I'm an old man now. I have a follow-up for this, but the legal framework under which we operate reaches the opposite conclusion from your own regarding the preservation of this material. That is to say that they want it deleted, and our government seeks that information to stay out. The principles underlying your notice and the principles underlying the laws that govern us are, in this instance, irreconcilable. For this reason, we are unable to comply with your request. And many people lamented that I was not so mean in this reply, and my explanation for my behavior or lack thereof. This was the null of 2019 that wrote the reply. This is the null of 2026 who wrote the Karen reply. Okay, time has passed, and I am now 33. I'm old. Okay, and I am not so rambunctious anymore. Okay, I have priorities. Though that the opposite lesson has been learned by our attorney for the Ofcom case. Preston received yet another very serious finger wag from the Office of Communications in regards to 4chan. His running joke with them has been every time they increase the size of their fine that they seek to impose on 4chan, he replies with a hamster. And he, in his reply, includes an AI-generated picture of a hamster, which has grown in size proportionally to the size of the fine. So when they said that they wanted X amount of dollars or pounds, he replied with a hamster. When they increased that fine, he replied with a much bigger hamster. Now they ask for £500,000 sterling. So we have a properly gargantuan Godzilla hamster to match such a huge sum of money. This was very well received by the broader internet, who found that this hamster... Everyone loves making fun of England. Everybody, you can take however many shots that you want at England, and people will just eat it up. It's everyone's favorite thing at the moment. It's basically free money. I had nothing to do with... I don't know if I subconsciously implanted into him a hamster as a as a trope. It was not I. Some people question this. It was not I that suggested replying with a hamster. Okay, it's just a convergence, meeting of the minds. And then here we have a news article about drag syndrome, the group of kings and queens who challenge stereotypes. Drag syndrome is a drag group with a difference, as a group of British drag queens and kings made up with people with Down syndrome. They challenge preconceived ideas about gender, sexuality, and disability. Yeah, I remember there's this one guy. He really was a true fighter, a first of his kind, challenging preconceived notions about gender and disability. And he even had this book called Sex and Disability that he read about how to have sex with disabled people while being a gender person himself. Very interesting. As their website says, the starting point is the art. Before Down syndrome, before extra chromosome, before disability, before anything. The show's lead organizer and choreographer, Daniel Vase, created it to encourage arts and organizations and performance troupes to open up to including people with learning disabilities. It is not a charity project, it's about changing perceptions by giving exposure to people who don't usually get it. The troupe includes Otto Baxter, an Otto award-winning actor and filmmaker, creators of movies like The Puppy Asylum, a gruesome Victorian romp inspired by Jack the Ripper, A Nightmare on Elm Street, and crucially, his own experience of living with Down syndrome. The award-winning Shakespearean actor, who started performing when he was 8, was no stranger to the stage before joining the troupe, but believes that the act helped improve his confidence and self-esteem. I've really enjoyed being a drag. I've gotten confident and more comfortable, he shared. He performs as Aurora Shebang, or Madam Shebang in some circles, a name inspired by his love of horror films, and that I go out with a bang. Okay, I have to see if this is on YouTube. Hold up. You can't tell me this is a music troupe and then not show me the music. Oh, they have a YouTube channel with 1,000 subscribers, almost. If you subscribe, you could be their 1,000th subscriber. They have their own website. Freshly Fierce, drag collective featuring highly addictive queens and kings with Down syndrome. Yeah, buddy. Showtime. None. They're not doing any shows. Wait, there was one show. I passed one. No, that's today. There's no shows. Oh, wait. Oh, did I just have to load? Wait. Oh, no, they just haven't done any since, like, September. Is this, like, an old article? March 2026. So they don't have any shows since November. Avant Scene Kunst in Malmö. Art first, art always, before labels. 18 plus English on stage. Okay. There's the merch. There's the Insty. Check out the Insty. Yes, Queen, slay. That is literally like a clown monster that you would see in like a game like Dead by Daylight to like scare. I think actually the clown in Dead by Daylight is less horrifying than that creature right there. That is actually scary. Okay, let's check out the music. I want to see a song. Play for me a song. Swans just want to have fun. DragCon.
We're starting to get ready for DragCon at 20.
You can't do a British accent while being disabled like that. You cannot be Down syndrome and British at the same time. It's not fair to me. It's just not fair. You can't do this. You can't be British and Down syndrome.
2025.
Hi guys, look at my face, look at my nose, look at my mouth, look everything. It's gonna be changed in a minute, darling. It'll be you go boss, unified babes. Love you all. You go boss is in town, darlings. Love you all.
Hi everybody, this is before I put my makeup on, and
I want to see the music. They're just like hanging around being gay with like BDSM. I want to see the fucking music. Justin Bond's speech at Pride. Do they? Here it is. This looks like a stage performance.
She fine. We are fucking amazing. That means we introduce our today's two drags here. It's Justin Bond and Carly Towers.
How are you doing tonight?
We'd like to say thank you very much to all of you to come to today's performance. And we are Drag Syndrome.
Where is the dancing?
Dang it, bang! This one here, Kim. Thank you very much.
They're not performing. I thought they would be singing and dancing. Where's the art at? I'm honestly, and I'm not joking here, I am very disappointed by this English Down syndrome drag troupe. Okay, I expected a more lively performance which I could partake and share with my audience, and I'm just seeing a bunch of bullshit. Okay, I need some more. I need some fucking singing. I need some fucking dancing. They're just on the couch. Look, I'm standing. I'm standing at a desk. Nobody can see me. Nobody can congratulate me on standing. But then it's couching with Justin. I don't want to fucking couch with you. I want to see some dancing, goddammit. Drag syndrome at bar, whatever. They've been doing this for 7 years. 8 days ago. Catch us on tour. Do I have to see them in person? Like if I want to... Oh, they just do short content. Does that mean they have a TikTok? Oh, fuck yeah, they do. TikTok is actually really good about letting you view clips from without being signed in. What is this? Are they dancing? No, they're just showing off. Stop showing off. Show me what you do. Show me your troupe. That looks like blackface. I'm going to be real. That doesn't look like a real black person. It looks like blackface. I cannot believe how disappointed I am. But my disappointment is immeasurable, and my podcast is ruined. I wanted to see these fucking English Down syndromes dance for me, and they can't even fucking do that. How about you? Are you going to dance? No, they're just on stage yelling again. Dude, that's so fucking bullshit. So fucking lame. Yeah, now it's ruined. My day's ruined. My day's ruined. I wanted to see Down syndrome people dance, and I didn't get to see it. I didn't get to see the Down syndrome people dancing, chat. That's all I wanted. The whole fucking stream is fucking ruined now. All right. Can I view this? This video has been private. I think I have a backup of this. 1 second. Unfortunately, the big nigga burger is 8 miles from my friend in Argentina, so I don't think he's on his way. He said he's on his way. I think that's a joke. I think that's sarcasm, unfortunately. Someone complained that they can hear me scratch my beard in the mic. Can I not scratch it? It's my fucking beard. It gets scratchy. Okay, I'll just spare you. Okay, I'll just summarize this because I can read off the points. No, not 8 miles, 8 hours. Sorry, not 8 hours, not 8 miles. So Foodie Beauty has been remonetized. She's hoping to. Oh my god! Look at this fucking catfish profile for Foodie Beauty. Look at this fucking cat. She's live right now with a big surprise. What's the surprise? What is the surprise? How long has this been live? She just went live. As soon as I'm the first viewer. She just went live. I was just about to start talking about her on my stream. She's been live for less than a minute, and I'm the first viewer. What's the fucking surprise? Is it?
Hey, Mike, Katrina.
I'm gonna ask.
Hi, everyone. Hey, girl, it's your birthday.
Oh,
Queen.
subscribers
Happy
only
birthday,
mode.
Trixie.
I'm not doing that.
Vicky.
Okay.
And
It's her eating.
Dragonfly.
Here's the update on Foodie Beauty. Okay. She's back on YouTube, as you can see. She got remonetized. She got demonetized early on because of her streams were promoting an unhealthy eating lifestyle or whatever. And that's now against YouTube Terms of Service. So she went to Kick. And as she's been on Kick, as everybody is on Kick, they're just a little bit more unhinged. So she's been shitting herself. She's been shitting on live stream. And she's been eating grotesque amounts of food into the camera, leading some to speculate that she might be getting paid by a fetishist who's into that kind of content. So now she's saying that she'll have to continue doing that only on Kick. Only Kick can support that kind of content. No other platform. And sorry, I'm reading the comments. Okay, what is it? She's like teasing people. What is it?
You better not be back in Syria, imagine. That'd be a quick travel.
I'm going to have to circle back to this and tell you what the big surprise is. She's got a car. I heard a door. Everyone's very excited. She might be... Anime suck. Bro, this guy, Anime Sucks Copen Sneed, he complains if I mention him on stream, and then he watches my streams, and then went to go
Why do you say racist stuff, man?
and then went to give her $50 because it's on stream. This guy is a fucking lunatic, and is a threat to himself and others at this point. He literally complains that I'm stalking him because I mentioned him when I mentioned Chantal, and then he does shit like this. Yeah. Okay, look, she went. She turned on the camera because he gave her $50 and called her a cutie.
Look, my hair is in a grow out stage. It is ugly, I know, okay? Because
oh my god.
I chopped it all off.
Okay, Anime Sucks Copen Sneed. I know you're fucking listening. You tell us what the surprise is, okay? You better fucking relay what the surprise is when she finally gets around to it. All right, there you go. That's the brief Chantal update. You're welcome. Ben Collins' wife has lost her race in Illinois for a U.S. House. His wife's name is not Collins. It is Kat Abugazalula or whatever the fuck, and she lost by 5,000 votes, which is actually not that. Or sorry, her primary race is not that big of a gap. I was hoping for a bigger gap, but alas. That's how it is. She lost to a man. Lost to a man? A white man? Daniel Biss? If I search Daniel Biss, the first results are AIPAC and Israel. I'm assuming that he takes money from Israel, and that's why she ran against him. American mathematician and politician. Born into a Jewish Israeli family. Oh my God, look at this guy's mug. That face when I cuck your wife out of a Congress seat. Yuck, yuck. Oy vey. What is it? I think Abba Zagela is like an Armenian name. I guess Israel just keeps oppressing those fucking Armenians. There's nothing you can do about it. Well, I'm going to look this up real quick just to make sure. Kat Abu Ghazala is a... Oh, she's American. That's very informative. A Palestinian American. You're the whitest Palestinian of all time. She's got like blue eyes and blonde hair, and she identifies as an oppressed Arab Palestinian American that just got fucking rolled up in a carpet by a Jewish Israeli guy. Okay. Oh, sucks. Sucks to be you, Ben Collins. She's as graceless as it gets. Let's hear. I want a complete and total lack of grace here.
But we didn't win, and it really fucking sucks.
Yeah, that's what your supporters want to hear when you fucking lose. You can't even do the cope where it's like next year we'll get him or whatever. In 2 years from now we'll get him. We're making him be more moderate. We're holding him accountable. He only lost by a couple thousand votes. It was a 3-way split with over 20% of the votes each. Our movement matters. That kind of shit. We fucking lost and it fucking sucks, guys.
Really close and it sucks, but something that no one in power.
When I said it sucks, she hadn't said that yet. I was being like over the top, childish on purpose, and she just like filled in the words for me after I said
Even
it.
expected would be possible.
Oh, is she gonna see? Is she gonna see about losing? Holy fuck! Please tell me I can download this entire thing and listen to it. This is now the most urgent priority of my entire life. Let me see if I can download it from Brave and put it back in. Oh, it's Firefox. It's Firefox's fault. It fucking works on the on Brave. Oh, you piece of shit. Okay, let's listen to this shit.
But we didn't win, and it really fucking sucks. We came really close, and it sucks. But something that no one in power.
I mean, 5,000 votes when you have 28,000 is not that close.
Or even expected would be possible at all. I need to stress to every single person in this room.
Like, if you listen, honestly, look at her. Would you guess that she is Palestinian? That she identifies as Palestinian? You look like you're from like England or something, dude.
This does not mean that the last year.
Her mother's name is Taffy Goldsmith. Are you Jewish pretending to be Palestinian? Her grandmother's name is Taffy Goldsmith, a prominent Texas Republican for 4 decades, working on John Tower's campaign for Senate, and served as the Texas Federation of Republican Women. Her paternal grandmother, Tahia Abu Ghazala, was from Jerusalem, and then they fled to Kuwait during the Nakba. So she's such a poser.
Has been for nothing. Tens of thousands of people powered this campaign, knocking doors, making calls, donating what they could. We fed and clothed thousands of people across the 9th District.
And then they didn't vote for you. If you fed and clothed thousands of people and they couldn't bother to get out of their fucking encampments to go vote for you, maybe your strategy sucks. Maybe you should take money from Israel. Maybe that'll help.
We forced our opponents to the left and to be more aggressive against this administration. We did all of this together from the ground up with everything against us. Thank you for being involved. And the work isn't over. There are progressives all over the country who are taking a chance just like we did, and we have to help them.
That guy wearing the Buc-ee's hat in the front row, this is a GOP spy that's sent here to record you crying.
And win. No matter how hard it is, we have to send a message to this administration, anyone who enables it, and I'm talking directly to them right now. You and your jobs are not safe. This is the start and not the end. We are not tolerating the status quo. You cannot kidnap and kill us and our neighbors. You cannot start illegal wars.
But I imagine that the Jewish guy Daniel Biss is not also is not in support of Israel, correct? Or sorry, not Israel, but ICE. I imagine that he doesn't support ICE and deportations, right? Okay, hold up. Let me look this guy up. Daniel Biss, ICE. Can I ask like an AI or something? Gemini. What does Illinois' Daniel Biss say about ICE and the war in Iran? Well, he's Jewish. He's going to support the war in Iran, but I don't know about ICE. Let's see what the computer thinks. Shifted towards an abolitionist stance towards ICE, particularly following federal actions in Chicago. He is pro-abolishing ICE. He is pro-direct resistance and pro-ICE-free zones. He condemned the war in Iran. He is anti-militaristic, and he identifies as a progressive Zionist and only supports Israel's right to exist, but says that should come with strings-attached military aid and opposes unconditional support. So this guy, of all the things that she just mentioned, he is not even against. He's ideologically aligned.
We cannot trample on our rights and see our lives as a means for profit. We will continue to come back, and every single loss like this one just makes the path easier for the next person who takes the same chance. We are not done, and I am not going anywhere. When I said I would spend every single waking moment of the rest of my life to hold this administration accountable, win or lose, I fucking meant it.
It's so cringe. It's like a speech by the blue-haired girl from Life is Strange. I fucking meant it when I said I was gonna write. I'm gonna go back to my journalism and write. I'm gonna cry into my pen and paper as I write about how mean you are.
And I know all of you do too. So thank you for supporting us. I'm sorry that this sucks, but
I'm sorry.
Fuck Trump, fuck ICE, fuck Palestine, and I love you all.
Kat, they have to chant her first name because they can't pronounce her stupid ass last name. All right, next we have a funny animation about Jeremy Hambly from Lazy Shell. I've never heard of this guy before. How long has this channel been around? He's only got 17,000 viewers. Or subscribers, rather. Oh, he did an animation about Hassan Piker that I think I've seen before. Okay, so he does memes, and he's done iDubbbz and shit as well. Okay, I got you. So here is another one. This is the first one I've seen of him, though. This is Kino Casino versus The Quartering.
The left is attacking my bowel movements. My toilet is under attack from the woke left.
Definitely tired.
He's tired.
He's sleepy. Ever notice how dark and sunken in my eyes are?
We've noticed how dark the bags are.
I like how his way of animating PPP, it reminds me very much of Captain Underpants. You know what I mean? It's like very similar to how like rounded out he is.
Your eyes are, buddy. I only talk about it every day. He's Raccoon Man.
Little tired today. It was a long
He's
night.
always tired.
What are you fresh?
Oh man, look at him though. He is tired.
I'm gonna take a nap.
Take a day off. Look at his eyes. They're just bloodshot. Look at his left eye. It's completely bloodshot.
I like how his blanket has like the logo. I hate his logo. I've mentioned this many times. His other logo where he has like the podcast mic is fucking awful.
What are you guys going up to? What are you guys going up to?
Fail.
What are you guys up to this weekend?
Whoa! There we go! Whoa! Distraction alert! He has a problem with words.
I love
His
how
brain
non sequitur
doesn't
this
work
is
so
too.
good.
Not focused.
He's trying to be an actual entertainer with these problems.
Oh shit.
He's mushmouth. He looks like my UPS delivery guy. Not the first person to say that.
Yep.
It seems to be a universal recognition that he looks like a fucking UPS driver.
Well, now I'm just going to upload all the terrible ones so you guys can watch me suffer. Or suffer, as some people like to say.
He's rolled over and showed his udders and just embraced being a lol cow. He's like, yeah, I guess I'm in my lol cow era, boys. Here you go. Make sure you get this close up when you milk my udders.
That's the best part of the entire thing. I'm gonna replay it. I like how he slaps it. Slap that udder.
Cow era, boys. Here you go. Make sure you get this close up when you milk my udders.
I just jumped. I just did my little trampoline.
I want to see Jared do tricks on the trampoline. You think Jared can do a 360 backflip, buddy? He's gonna poo his pants on the trampoline, guaranteed.
I'm gonna have to shit for sure.
The pooth is out there, pal.
I have anxiety diarrhea.
He has anxiety diarrhea.
I was getting like diarrhea a lot. I had to run a red light and still some came out.
Can you imagine if he did run the red light and just T-bone a family and like paralyze some? Officer, I'm sorry I killed that family of 4, but I couldn't shit my pants. Your political live stream, sir.
It really is bizarre how many times Hambly has to mention that he's like shitting or has shit himself. Like, why would anybody ever admit to anyone ever for any reason that they have shit their own pants? Like, what a fucking self-own.
You've never had the joy of pissing in your own basement.
The woke is so owned, good sir.
And the left, that's the #1 insult.
The left.
Are you for real, bro? It's anybody who would hear it would make fun of you.
If I eat healthy, explosive diarrhea.
You don't have to tell anybody this shit. No one wants to know about your shit. You shitter. The left is attacking my bowel movements. My toilet is under attack from the woke left. No, I'm pretty sure your toilet's under attack from you, good sir.
To bring back the shit stories, I'll share one.
No.
Sometimes they'll have bathrooms available if they're like a park or something like that. Usually it's where like homeless people shoot up. I had like a diarrhea moment.
This is your quartering heritage moment. His diarrhea moment.
Maybe if the site continues to be profitable, I should just commission like videos like this, making fun of like story arcs that I find funny myself. That'll be. I've always thought that if I ever had like an abundance of money, I would commission like art and music and videos and just have like a production team making shit like this. That's my plan. Okay, that was very good. That was by Lazy Shell. Okay, very nice. Kind of an abrupt tonal shift. Styx Hexenhammer 666 has announced on Twitter that he has had a stroke. And he says that he writes it specifically this way: I had a stroke, laugh out loud. I can write and I can read, kind of make videos, but my ability to read has been greatly diminished. One of my favorite things in life has been stolen from me. People will say this is attention seeking or something. I told you I was dying. I was not joking. So I don't know. He might be lying, but at the same time, he's like a barely functional alcoholic, and he's currently on the run from the law with no way to, like, if he's detoxing because he can't afford alcohol anymore, can't you have a stroke from detoxing? I know that alcohol consumption can cause strokes, but can like going cold turkey as an alcoholic also give you a stroke? Because that could have happened. And then he also has all this stress. Like, you're on the run, you're a serious alcoholic, you're detoxing hard because you lost all your money and your sugar mama's no longer giving you alcohol, and you're stressed the fuck out because you can go back to jail. And the one thing I don't even have this lined up, but he attended virtually a conference with his proceedings in Louisiana. And he asked the judge in Louisiana if he would be allowed to make an appearance virtually. And the lady judge in Louisiana said, no, you can't make a virtual appearance. And he kept trying to interrupt her and like, can I make a statement? Can I make a statement? Can I say something, please? And she kept cutting him off. It was like, no, if you want to appear in your own defense, you can appear in person because there's an outstanding warrant and I'm not obligated to let you talk if you're not here. So fuck you. So the court situation is not necessarily developing in his favor. And now he has outstanding warrants in 2 different jurisdictions. And he has a very unstable lifestyle. And apparently he's just had a stroke and now can't read. So if that's true, how do you not navigate the complexities of life as a fugitive without the ability to read suddenly? It seems like a bad place to be. Okay. And then this was a viral clip. Clavicular, who I'm already sick of hearing about, decided that he would do a Kick interview with one of his biggest pay pigs, who has given over 2,000 subs, which is $10,000 on Kick. And so they did a little Discord call, and this is how that went. Okay.
What's going on, man? What can I help you with? You want to start looks maxing? Okay. Well, I would say that.
So how? First question: do you want to start looks maxing? Now, I don't know if you know this Clavicular, but this person who has given you $10,000 appears to live in a Ukrainian jail cell. I don't know how to state this nicely. This man needs to first tidy his room. Now, that might not have been the first thing you've noticed about this guy, this gentleman that's calling Clavicular. You might have noticed instead the abundance of Pepsi. Now, if this guy had not given Clavicular $10,000, I would be completely and totally convinced that this was a joke being played on Clavicular. But this guy has given him $10,000, so this would be a very expensive joke for somebody who lives in a room that looks like a Ukrainian jail cell. If you're only listening, I want to paint the scene here for you. Mattress, which is either uncovered or has a cover on that's so dirty it looks like it's an uncovered mattress. 1960s wooden nightstand. Abstract shelf of junk above it. There is a flip switch, light switch, and then a door. This house looks like it was built in 1940. And then the walls outside of that are either barren or just have like hooks that are not used with this kind of yellow-green tinge. And it's hard to tell. I think that what's happening is that the light is like a bright yellow and the walls are slightly off-white, and it makes the room have this kind of murky green-yellow haze to it. Then, sitting on the desk is a guy who looks seriously retarded. And in front of him is a stack of Pepsi cans, regular Pepsi cans, that are 2 cans high, meticulously organized. In some spots, they're 3 cans high. I would estimate there's at least 100 cans of Pepsi on his desk, organized in this way. There's a square that perfectly fits on his nightstand, and then there's an L-shaped Tetris block of Pepsi cans, 2 or 3 tiers high. He is called into Clavicular, who is in a immaculate-looking office. It looks boring, but it looks like an office. And Clavicular looks like Clavicular. Looks like a fit guy. And he's trying to have this conversation not be absolutely humiliating. Let's see how it goes.
The best place to start would be
Your
with
room.
some sort of dental work, right? You've got a little. I can't really see from this far away, but if you want to show me a little bit closer, we're either looking at some sort of dental gap between your front teeth or a missing tooth. So you're gonna have to tell me which it is.
He's drinking Pepsi as Clavicular says this about his teeth. Now, if you're unfamiliar with how the manosphere works, they like to use a term called mogged. And they especially like to use this in the context of 2 men sitting next to each other. So if you have someone like Clavicular, and then someone stands next to him, and he's more buff, He's taller, more handsome. That's called getting mogged. So this can happen in more narrow categories. You can be height mogged. You can be frame mogged. You can be posture mogged. You can be muscle mogged. Basically, when you look inadequate next to another man, you're mogged. And as we sit here beholding these two individuals, there's only one thing that you can say about Clavicular here. And that is, this man is fully Pepsi mogged. His Pepsi collection is absolutely inadequate. His room, boring, dull, looks like it was arranged by a woman who was paid $50 to go pick up some shit at Hobby Lobby. And there's no love or passion anywhere near him. Whereas this man has surrounded himself by something that brings him such joy. And Clav just looks silly next to this. So he's fully Pepsi mogged here. He cannot be denied.
Which is it? The first? Is it a missing tooth?
On top, the Pepsi Chad refuses to answer his question because apparently he notices that he is Pepsi mogging him and has decided to press Clav on his lack of Pepsi. He is now dangling a Pepsi can in front of his face, causing Clav to realize that he is being made fun of and that his Pepsi is lacking. Clav is speechless.
Yeah.
He doesn't know how to react to this.
Okay. All right. Well,
The
fair
Pepsi
enough.
Chad is sipping his Pepsi while nodding in response. He refuses to use words to communicate with someone so Pepsi-less.
I appreciate you tuning in.
Clavicular is stunned
So,
into silence.
Thanks,
There's
man.
not
Hopefully you get that situated, and keep up with the looks maxing, my guy.
he's now shaking his Pepsi can again
Stuff.
in waves.
All right, take care, Delmo.
Delmo the Pepsi CEO. His name is Delmo the Pepsi CEO. My mic is peaking. Okay, sorry. Let me turn down the gain. I apologize. How's this? Is this better? Is this less peaking? I apologize. Okay, of course I fucked with my mic last second. Okay. It was fine. Everyone says that, but alas. All right, next. Uh-oh. Am I getting fucking attachments mogged here? How is it this bad? I refuse. No, we're fixing this. I'm not blundering through the remainder of my stream with them fucking images. VPN settings, DNS blockers off. Can I set my DNS? I use custom DNS. Disable DNS content blockers above. But they are off. Oh, I see. Okay, custom DNS and try 888. Good old reliable here. My working theory is that once I do this and I refresh, I will get my fucking images.
Here in Adams County.
Look.
Would sometimes yell at her when they say,
Look.
Hey,
Everything is
Lisa
springing to
Lickum
life.
Phillips, that was his name.
Even old attachments that I had given up on, they're now springing to life as the DNS propagates. What the fuck is this noise coming from? Okay. Okay, wait, hold up. All my downloads are now going at once. And it's like, okay. Now can I get my attachments? What if I change VPN again? So chat, Did Chantal tell you what the big surprise was yet? Has that happened? Oh, I just got a good morning from Bossman Jack. That's nice of him. It's a nice little surprise when you wake up in the morning and you see a good morning from Bossman Jack. You're like, it is indeed a good morning, Sir Bossman. It's honestly driving me up a fucking wall because there's literally no justification for why this should not work on Firefox. And the issue is that if I can't get the attachments, then everything else is broken. Okay. Well, chat, how was you? She's got a boyfriend feeder again? Is that actually what was happening? Is that now she has a new boyfriend? I thought she was with Salah. Why is she with another boyfriend? Did they break up? She's just trying to make him jealous.
As for the person that was defending his family, he was a legal gun owner, it was stored properly. Congratulations. Yeah, I'm glad you shot the guy. Teach us the rest of these robbers, and I encourage everyone out there that's a legal gun owner. Someone's going to come in and try a couple.
Okay, sorry. These are the old videos which are now suddenly working that are coming in as I try to fix the shit. And of course, the one thing I'm actually trying to load is not loading still. Probably because there's 8 trillion fucking videos on this page, and that's why. Okay, I understand. Does this work?
That was the psychic.
Oh, sure. Okay, so here's the deal, chat. It is season 5 of Fish Tank. Now, very interestingly, I don't watch this. I don't watch this. But I always welcome it to the site because the people that it brings are pretty funny. And it's a little boost of activity. And sometimes funny stuff happens. Okay. So I try to I endeavor to support it as well as I can. Okay. As you can see, Rango Dango here is very excited. We have a dedicated chat to Fish Tank. And to facilitate this, there's even a bot which tracks like stats, jobs for the fish inside the show. And the bot also has a clipping ability. The guy that wrote the bot even lets you use his computer to like clip the show. So there's like hundreds of clips in this thread because there's like a full-blown like automated production line for clipping the stream in real time, facilitated by the bot. So if you're a Fish Tank guy, you should post in our chat because it's really active and it's really cool. Okay. So more like Shit Tank. Okay, we'll see. And as I said, I've not been watching it, so I understand the premise. They had like 10 people come in. 2 of them are already gone. They brought in a Filipino woman named Charity. She bailed immediately because she like got drunk. Like she took 20 shots like her first day and got really fucked up and then blamed them and said that they mollied her drink. So she got spooked and left. Nobody mollied her drink. She just got embarrassingly drunk the first night. Some other fucking loser left already. Now I'll give you a brief as I remember these people. I don't even remember who the second was, the guy that left. I know Bashir. There's a ginger Muslim who was raised in Syria named Bashir Muhammad, and he sucks. And every time he talks, it makes me want to claw my fucking ears off. It's currently Eid or Al-Eid, right? And so he's doing the 5 prayers a day. So like Jet Neptune will blast the on the speakers, and this guy will pray on the rug. And then of course everyone while he's praying will pay text to speech to blast offensive things at him while he's doing this. But he is doing it. I hate him. He's very obnoxious. He very obviously is just waiting for his turn to speak whenever he's in a conversation with somebody. I despise him. His personality is disgusting and offensive to me. JD is non-tint. Everyone hates him. That's why his stock is so low. I don't even know who the fuck Head is, to be real with you. Aniza is not that Aniza. It's a... she looks like she's from the Jersey Shore. I'm pretty sure she's a prostitute. She's been hanging out with Bam Margera, the guy from Jackass. He's like the host of this season, and his other friend, who's like a friend from rehab, is like the host for the season. So he's there hanging out with them. I don't know anything about the guys. There's Vicky. Everyone hates Victoria. I think that the premise of this show was that they tried to find fish that were as addicted to nicotine as possible, so that they could fuck with them by restricting nicotine intake. Victoria does, Icky Vicky is the first fish that was on the show. She does kratom and she does nicotine and is seriously addicted to nicotine. To supplement their nicotine habits, Jet Neptune has strung to the ceiling of the house a vape pen that cannot be detached. So if you want to hit the vape pen, you have to go to the communal vape pen and take a puff. I don't know the full details of the drama, but everyone in the house seems to hate Victoria. Then Emma is a basic bitch white girl that everyone also hates for some reason. I don't know who Land or Robo is. I don't know anything about them. And then there's the twins. This one I do know. They are very ugly, and they are possibly mentally handicapped in some way. And they are everybody's favorite. They're counted, for all intents and purposes, they're counted as one fish by the system, and they act very childlike, and they're everybody's favorite. They're vaguely retarded. Oh, and R2-G2. To supplement the ongoing theme of racism against Indian people, there is a side character that is in the show, kind of like Bam Margera's friend. It is Ajit. She is in India. She has a very thick Indian accent. And you know how, like, in those VTuber conventions I've shown you guys, there's like a little robot with an iPad that is like the VTuber's presence inside the convention center? It's that, but for an Indian woman. So they task the Indian woman to annoy people and to bring flowers to them and stuff, and it's R2-G2. And they have done this for no purpose other than to humiliate an Indian woman. Okay. So as you can see, they've been spamming their favorite pictures. Now, I asked for people to provide me any clips I can show to the podcast that's funny without context, less than 5 minutes in length, and I have received these replies. Let's check to see if there's any more. So as you can see, I'm using the Kiwi Gold reply feature to get a list of replies here. I don't think that's the full list. And I will now be using this to play the clips. Okay, as you can see, Black Star here had the first clips. Let's watch. I have no idea what the fuck's going on. Don't ask me. What you see is what you get here. That's Victoria.
Bashir, a tip with talking to Westerners. Don't be so emotional. It makes you look like a maniac and desperate to Westerners. And you're going to get nowhere. Take 5 and chill.
Bashir, you ever queen for a day and put a burqa on because you act like a fucking woman? Dumb Mo would have raped you for acting like such a bitch. Shut up and stop talking to the camera, you fag.
Bashir, this is Muhammad. Peace be upon me. You must smash the trees if you...
The trees is a reference. I'm vaguely aware that they were tasked with protecting like a little tree, like a sapling tree in a pot. And Bashir went fucking Allahu Akbar and destroyed everybody else's trees for I don't know if there was a reason for it, but I'm aware that he went Allahu Akbar mode on all the trees. Yes, he's obviously not Middle Eastern. He's like a ginger, but he was apparently, like, his grandmother's Syrian, and he lived in Syria for a while. And being a Muslim is literally his only personality trait. He's insufferable. I despise him. Okay, let me try to call this out. I want to say that's Jet Neptune on the right. He's always hanging around there. I think that because there's mentally retarded women in this house, he's just present in the house at all times. I don't know who the fat guy is with the bandana. These two are the twins. They're always next to each other.
That was the psychic lady.
Into your back pocket. Into your back pocket.
Dude, if you
seriously don't have it, I'm sending you back to your set. Why do you have so many socks in your pocket? Headband. Yeah, that's suspicious. Where do you think headband?
Money. Headband.
It's for my pocket.
Wait, okay, sorry, that's JD, not Jet Neptune. Sorry, I don't know who this fat guy is. And that's is King Landon apparently. Okay, sorry, I completely missed what's going on with this clip. Let me rewatch it.
That was the psychic lady.
Empty your back pocket. Empty your back pocket. Dude, if you
Headbands.
seriously don't have it, I'm sending you. I'm actually gonna set.
Oh,
What do you have so many
headbands.
socks in your pocket? Headband. Yeah, that's just.
Why does he have a pocket full of socks? What the fuck is that?
What do you think headband?
Money. Headbands.
It's for my pocket.
His pocket is filled with headbands? Is there any justification for that? What the fuck? Okay. Next. Oh god, there's so many. They're all very short though. Let's watch them. Neptunian Kino. The guy on the toilet is a freeloader, not a contestant, a friend of Bam. Okay, I know who that is. So there's a jacuzzi room in the house that's on film, and they've warned them that that toilet in that jacuzzi room is on film because they want the jacuzzi on the camera. But I think Bam and his friend have both shit in that toilet because they just don't give a shit. Well, they do give a shit. They don't give a fuck though.
No, it's not your responsibility. Like, you know, everybody.
This is not the jacuzzi room. This is the plant room. That's Emma.
You don't have to do anything for us. It's kind of fun for yourself at a certain point. But I really.
Director mode cut to Van Megara's friend shitting. Yeah, they warned him. Was he not? He's looking for cameras.
He's not actually like trying to talk to us, but now I feel.
Okay, the guy on the toilet is the freeloader. Okay, Landon, the janitor, who prior to the show solely survived on cheese fries, eating shit after a night of drinking and crawling out of bed to the bar.
When does this bitch come on?
It just drops on the floor. Who's the guy? I think his name is Chad, right? Is Chad still in the show? Okay, so he passes out. They pay an Indian to drive a robot around the house every day, and Emma asks her a question. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely, Pam. Why do you shit in the street?
Oh no, that's racist. Oh no, she's confronting R2-G2 about her proclivities, Chad.
Sorry? Why do you shit in the street?
Don't be mean to her.
Yeah.
Don't be mean. You don't have to.
Oh no, she's sad. She's sad.
Jetty, could you explain me what she is asking?
She said, "What do you like to eat?"
Yeah.
Okay.
Good recovery. Good recovery. Excellent.
I like to eat the biryani.
Biryani sa. I like to eat the biryani sa. Good recovery from the cameraman. This has no audio. I don't know if that's intentional. They were tasked of taking care of plants, so he flips out. Oh, here he comes. Look at him. He's destroying their plant. Look at this. Look at this savage monster destroying their plant. Oh my god. What a fucking catastrophe. And then, they're putting Hellman's mayo in the Quran, chat. I think that's sacrilege. I want to say that's Victoria that's doing this.
Smoke some meth.
I would not last 6 hours in this house. I am a very quiet person. I enjoy peace and quiet. I like to put my headset on when nothing's playing because I just want that extra quiet, okay? And this house is non-stop noise.
Meth as production.
I don't want to use all your mayo.
And smoke it. Meth.
If you guys want him to get rolled up specifically, should we put it back?
Should we put it back? Put it in the fridge next to the hamburgers. Okay. For some, I think this is the clip of the twins dressed up as Indian women. That feather kind. Is this where they dance with Jet? That's Jet. He's got the mullet. He's got a rain stick. Aren't rain sticks Aborigines and not Indians, American natives? Correct me if I'm wrong. Jet Neptune just instinctively knows how to communicate with mentally handicapped young women. It's a very strange gift that he has there. He must use this to educate them.
Listen, this island, 2,000 years ago,
The monkey people.
Jet pisses me off. I hate his voice. Okay. 26 seconds, day 4.
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Yeah.
Okay.
I just wanted to show you how I shoot Ozempic into my stomach.
I did mention that he was on Ozempic, unironically.
Get out. Get out, get out, get out. And it's done.
All right.
All right.
All right, that's all.
Thank you, Jet. Very cool. Don't sexually Ozempic harass the fucking Jeet droid, okay?
Yo, ginger Muslim faggot!
Yeah,
Jesus
men can wear
Christ,
silver.
fucking Lord,
That's
you
all I-
red-headed cocksucker! Muhammad
feel
was
about
a fake-ass, false prophet scum. ISIS a lying, fraud bitch.
Based.
Both blocks.
Okay, this is 3 minutes. What is this? This better have a description. We'll come back to this. That's 3 minutes long. This is the Bringo Dango post.
Agreement with you and protect your plant.
pose
and
like,
all you wanted to do
careful
was
with
stab
that.
him in the back for it. Emma and Vicky were trying to destroy your shit behind your backs.
Now do kind of like a pose like this. Like this.
Yeah, Jet Neptune has isolated these twins multiple times in just the clips that I have available and is making them do photography with specific requests for poses and styles with the props chat.
This?
Yeah, and then hold your cutter out like this. Up, like that. Yeah, okay.
Face it the other way. Just the other way. This way? This way? This way?
Yeah. And let's put your heads down with your hair in front of your face. Kind of like this. That's pretty badass. You have a cutter.
Let's look dark and evil.
Okay, one more of the twins. I think that, as you can see, the twins are a clear favorite.
Two. Wait, 1, 2, 3.
To
Two
climb,
climb.
1,
Two.
2, 3.
To
To climb the ladder of success, work hard and you'll reach it. Hell yeah!
We always be working hard. You guys see us how hard working we are?
We have.
In case you were wondering, their father was a pedophile who was arrested and sent to jail for filming them in the shower when they were 9, if I remember correctly. I don't know if I got the details on that correct, but I remember seeing that.
If we're not working,
We're hard.
resting.
We're not working, we're hard.
Yeah, we're not working, we're hard.
Alright. Thank you so much again, Bryson, for the fortune.
Yes, they're retarded. I get it. Don't forget about the hot tub shitting clip. I don't want to see hot tub shitting. Gildersleeve. He got 3 years probation for filming his daughters in the shower? That's fucked up. Missed opportunity. Okay. Let's see. This is I don't know. There's no context. I think, okay, we got Bashiri's praying again. What's funny? I say funny, but sad. It's like he probably feels vindicated. It's like, yes, I'm doing my 5 prayers a day, even though the kafir are like making fun of me. My dedication to Muhammad is so strong, and no one will stop me from praying every day. Oh no, Jeet Droid is bringing roses. The lighting is very nice. They made her set her Jeet lights to be like a warm glow so that it's more romantic. I approve of that. That's very good aesthetic here. She can do it. She has to work up the courage. I like how this entire clip is just the G-Droid struggling struggling to move throughout this house. I'd be laughing too if I was the cameraman. That's ridiculous. What? Why have we abandoned the G-Droid?
Okay.
What? I didn't get to see the roses be delivered.
Letter. Got a letter. We just.
Oh, I guess the letter was delivered to them. Okay, I understand.
Okay. Got another letter. Got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. I wonder who it's from. Wow, that was really good. That was good. God.
It's Blue's Clues, in case you're wondering.
Yep. Bing bong, bing bong, bing bong. Hello, Bongo and Bingo. Bunyan and Eggs here.
That's their name, Bingo and Bongo.
Once again.
I don't know if that's their legal name. That's what they're called.
We are your #1 fans. You two are the greatest thing to ever happen to Fish Tank. Keep it up. We love your drawings so much. We would like to request a drawing. Do you think you could draw a cool picture of a dolphin? Could be awesome if the dolphin was jumping out of the water or something. That would be super sick. Maybe hang it up in the market. Anywho, good luck with the rest of the game. Love.
Jet sent the letter. Okay, their real names are Ashley and Haley, which I guess is about as good as Bingo and Bongo for being twin names. Someone paid to put up on the TV a picture of Vicky photoshopped on top of the Ethan Ralph arrest footage with Gunted as the picture. So, 2 minutes. Misunderstanding over a plant, which they need to protect between Muhammad and Emma. Jeet-bot shenanigans, finding JD for theft. Anti-Islam TTS. Funny TTS about Kratom Queen and Emma late at night. I want to see them fighting. There's like a good clip of them yelling at each other or something. Muhammad rushes Kratom Queen Vicky when she steps in to drunkenly bother JD when he's sleeping. This happens shortly after she lied to him about stealing a tree. 16 seconds. Okay, I'll watch this. What the fuck?
What the fuck?
She tried to assault him with water, but luckily, look at this fucking demon. Look at this fucking like ninja ginger demon Muslim. He sees a woman carrying a bottle of water, and he's like, "Shri, Shri, Shri, femoid detected." Unaccompanied femoid detected, violating the laws of Islam. Get out of here, you fucking foid. Why me? Okay, okay, we did watch the shit in the street thing. Humbly casting my vote for the Jet Neptune clip where they show the Indian robots how he shoots. I did play that. Either that or the clip from yesterday where the Jeet-bot tried to give JD a fine for stealing and he ran away. I'll try to find it.
He doesn't want the violation. He's trying to run. I'm going to lead you to him, okay? Sorry? JD, he's trying to run away from his violation. He doesn't want to pay. He's trying to escape. I'm going to lead you to him. He's trying to escape. I'm gonna lead you to him, okay? Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. You have to catch him. Yeah. He's have to do uppies. I think he's.
Yeah, I'm upstairs.
He's upstairs.
I have already told JP's name or the movie's name. I forgot.
On your. We'll do uppies.
It's the new ticket for resisting arrest.
Oh, did he run away? I skipped that part. Where's the part where he like runs away? I don't understand this clip because I expected him to like see the Jeep-bot and like to flee on foot, but that did not happen. I'm very disappointed in this. Okay, what was that? And that's the grimace one. Okay. Did you guys fail me? You guys... Is there another one? Okay, there is one more from Plasticize. Sorry for the clip, but skip to 29 seconds. Only 10 seconds after irrelevant. Oh, it's one of those fun clips that doesn't have a move at him at the beginning. Okay.
Cheap in Japan.
Oh, this is where the guy shits in the tub.
You bought him in Japan? You went like all the way to Japan to buy him?
I lived there, so that's where I.
Oh, you live in Japan?
Yeah.
I thought you were white.
He is white. What do you live in Japan?
That's amazing.
Black people live in
Do you
Japan.
speak Japanese?
Chotto, a little bit.
Do you see?
Oh yeah, the ginger Muslim also pretends to be like Japanese. Like this, he's such a fag, and I don't know why the fuck the rest of them haven't beaten the shit out of him. Like literally just hold him down and beat the shit out of him.
Are there a lot of other? Are there like more foreigners there too now? Like are there like a lot of other like more like foreigners like there too? Like.
Oh,
Not
not as much as people think. I think the
Do people dislike you because you're not Japanese? Like do you even get like racist?
well, yes, there are some Japanese people like that, but the Japanese are mostly racist if they're going to be racist against.
Okay. Yeah, he sucks. Let's see, was there one that I didn't watch a bunch of? There was one that was like 4 minutes long. Okay, this one. See if this is. I don't know. I don't know what this is. I have no description from Rango Dango. The last clip I posted was the full clip of the woman destroying the Quran, so you can just skip it. Okay, I understand. Okay. I'm gonna say I'm disappointed by the clips. I know that they're like screaming at each other and stuff too. Like they're getting into fights, and for some reason I didn't get like a rundown of that. I was wanting to see because I know the two trashy women that are up for a vote were like fighting and stuff, but I don't know. I'm not catching the plot here. I'm not understanding the plot yet. He died? Who died? Who died? Oh, the Muslim's gone? Who died? The Muslim? Oh, Chuck Norris. What the fuck? Chuck Norris is not on Fish Tank Chat. You're confusing the fuck out of me for nothing. All right. Here's the Ralph update. So, Ethan Oliver Ralph. Last time we discussed our hero, he was boldly going into Mexico or into Chicago. He had gotten arrested. It was very embarrassing. And I was trying to facilitate his return to Mexico to take care of his cat. However, it has taken him many more days since then to return to Mexico. He is now finally back in Mexico. However, after my stream the next morning, Scarlett says that Ralph might have been arrested again. That is not the case. Ralph was issued a citation for public intoxication again, but he was not arrested for disorderly conduct. So he was allowed to just stay where he was and not be transported to jail. But the police did show up and they did issue him a citation. Ralph then tried to return to the airport and leave, but he fucked up his flight again. So he says, be careful. What is this? Be careful and goodbye, America. But he didn't get on this flight. So just keep in mind.
Be very careful. I'm headed back to Mexico, just about to board my flight. And it was quite a trip, I have to say. It was quite a show last night. Got stabbed in the back, but that's okay, because I was out like a light. Oh, like a light. Hey. About to catch my flight. So, be careful.
Just drinking a bunch of beer while I'm waiting for my plane. Nothing bad could possibly happen as I sit here drinking, waiting for the plane to arrive.
Because I held a lot in reserve. Just in case. So, dumb whore. Be careful. That's all I'll say. And cheers to you. And cheers to the Killstream audience.
He bought this hat in the airport. You can tell because it's still got the official Chicago Bulls sticker on it. He does this everywhere he goes for some reason. He buys a hat. He did this in New York when he was with May too. He went to New York and got the New York or the Buffalo Bills. No, he got the New York Giants or whatever. I don't know. He got the other team that wasn't the Buffalo team because he hated Harry Morris. But he always buys a hat like this. You got to keep the stickers on? Oh, I see. It's a swag thing. I see. People don't take those stickers off. I understand. That makes sense for some reason. Then, it's true. You act as if you have any credibility and you don't. I don't think that would sink into your skull, and I doubt it will. Also, gassing on dealers, and worst of all, coke dealers. I think it's you who might want to tread carefully here. Tell you what, Ralph, you want to hope I don't end up in contact with that person. I will keep them up to date on where you are. They didn't let me board my flight. She's coming to pick me back up, and that's in regards to what's her face. So they did get back together because he has drugs and she likes drugs.
Hello from the other side. Not quite the other side. Who is this, though? Who is this little sweetie here? Unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's quite a night, wasn't it?
Unfortunately, we had a scuffle, but we made it up. And it's a night. I love
One
it.
night in Wisconsin turned into multiple nights in Wisconsin.
That's a Wisconsin death trip. Nah, but we're getting you back home.
Someday, I think.
I think so. I think so.
You think so?
Oh, I think so.
I like what you have on there. This little lace. Anyway.
I apologize to my behavior yelling at my Ralph male last night.
Oh, wait. You know what? We should have some...
Here's like a gun to her fucking head.
Coleslaw here for Mersh. Can you open this? Can we have some coleslaw for Mersh? We only fuck with coleslaw and gigantic burgers, you know.
Yeah, I think I will skip past that. Is he like talking again? No. He's having her feed him like a baby. And he's just laughing and eating. Okay. I don't want to see this guy eat coleslaw, to be honest with you. Is this the same clip? Part 2. Oh, there's a part 2.
She wanted part 2.
She wanted part 2, Chad.
So,
I'm gonna like this. I ketchup in my coleslaw.
I don't like that.
I like it. And I put some swan in here and some black pepper. And now I'm gonna...
I don't fuck with
eat
that.
it like a
But I do
French
fuck
dressing.
with cheese curds.
It tastes like a French dressing. I want to swallow.
Okay, I see. She wants to show people she puts ketchup in coleslaw. This is very cracked out behavior. It's kind of weird because it's like she was born in the United States, and we've heard her speak when she was like a valedictorian from her high school, and she sounded normal. And now it sounds like she has an accent, but her accent is just like drug-induced slurring. So it does sound like she is speaking with like a foreign accent, but it's actually just the accent is just like Xanax or some shit. Okay. Ralph finally made it home and did show proof of life with his cat.
You good girl.
That's so funny. Everybody when they talk to cats has like a baby voice. I've never heard Ralph's baby voice before. That's funny.
You good girl. Good girl Cleo. Mersh and fat ice cancer could not cancel the Cleo cat. Good girl, baby.
Okay. And Smokes is okay too. Here's the other cat.
You good boy. Smoke. Mersh and his fat fucking girlfriend.
Have I ever said this? This cat looks exactly like my cat. I had a cat called Stewie. He had a crooked mustache, and he died of. It was some. I don't remember what it was. I think it was technically a cancer. It was like feline something. It was like an acronym, and he died of that. It was very sad, but he looked exactly like this.
Girlfriend. Thank God they didn't prevail.
So the cats are alive. I'm very pleased with that. And it is okay. That's right. I remember. The next update to look forward to is that Ralph is supposedly doing editing on his porn shoot. So the entire reason why he flew up to Wisconsin is to shoot porn without first warning her, but to shoot porn with Mommy Scarlett. And he has now acquired pornography video, which he intends to release into a director's cut, so to speak. And of course, he wanted to show people what a sexy bad boy alpha male he is. So he did first person blowjob as the show off. That way he can hide as much of his body that he's ashamed of as possible, and do perspective tricks to make his penis look bigger, and not have him be in the shot and all. And he doesn't have to do anything. He can just sit there. So that's the entire point of the trip. He got 2 different incidents with the police so that he could shoot pornography with a blacked hooker and publish it on the internet. I think he's dead set on it because everyone made fun of his penis from the time that he knocked up a frumpy retard years ago, and he has to avenge himself by very carefully editing a video together to make his penis look as large as possible. So that's what we have to look forward to from the Ralph segment. Okay, he's currently in a corrugated aluminum shed in Mexico with his cats, editing his own pornography video so that he can own the A-logs once and for all. Come road review? Fuck no. This is a clip of Will Heron discussing Ralph. I don't think Ralph is in this.
I was in El Paso when he came, when his dad had died and my dad died. I don't know if we already did the story.
Yeah, you told us.
Will is a gun washer.
So he came in and like, dude, we partied like rock stars. Like we shot guns. I took him out to the desert. We went to all kinds of bars. The first night we went to a strip club and he fucked a prostitute. It was like in El Paso 4 for like $350. I remember that. And we were at the
350?
350 bucks. It was a strip club attached to a motel. Yeah, and the next morning, I remember him talking to Nora. I remember talking to Nora on the phone with him. We both talked to Nora after he was with that prostitute.
Jeez.
I remember that shit. I remember Nora. She was such a sweetheart. She was a sweetheart.
That's Ralph's wife?
That was his first girl. That was the girl that like I had a girl like that back in the day. That like
Good
every
one.
guy has a guy that like every guy has a girl they can trace back and go, yeah, I probably should have done that.
That was the one.
Maybe that was one for him.
Yeah.
Speak for yourself.
I remember
Marsh.
talking to her and like both of us had like partied. So like our nostrils, like you could tell when we were talking on the phone to her, and she was like, I can tell, you don't sound right. And we're like, no. It's just dry out here because of the humidity. Yeah, and then he ratted on me.
When did Povo get here? Yo,
Nora, despite being like a frumpy Pakistani woman, was like unironically the one that got away from Ralph because he cheated on her multiple times. If you don't know the full story with this somehow, Nora was a British Pakistani that was in med school, becoming a doctor. And for whatever reason, she stood by Ralph even after he got incarcerated in the United States for drunkenly punching a cop. And she only broke up with him after he started cheating on her with prostitutes, and it became like a recurring trend. But yeah, she was very nice. I had spoken to her when Ralph was like normal-ish and doing streams, and he definitely will never do that good again, ever. The best he can hope for is paying for Mommy Scarlett's day or whatever. I got that one twice. I am not sure what this is a clip of.
Hi.
Oh, it's her and him talking again on stream. I remember I was even I was reading the chat. I might have done this on stream, but I was reading the chat, and it was that Adelwolf guy was like, I can't wait for the Scarlett video to be arc to be over to get back to streams without her, because apparently he has her on his stream like continuously, and she's just like a fucking drug whore.
Let me play a couple of these.
Steak sent $3. The haters can talk shit about Scar, but she's the only girl in the sector without a gun.
The only one that appears on a stream, I think.
I don't even know what a gunt is. I see that word mentioned all the time now. I don't really care whatever the fuck that is. It doesn't matter to me. I'm pretty practical.
I understand my lot in life and is to be gunted for pay. So like, like whatever, dude.
Very resourceful and very pretty.
I don't need a Nintendo Switch. But I mean, if I can use it as a deduction because of Scarlet Watch, hell yeah, hell yes. I deducted Mersh and I stand her off my taxes. Sorry, bitches, but I'm.
Okay, and okay, this clip. Let's play this. This is Ralph taking swipes at JF. Let's check it.
Wait, hold on.
Wordsmith, but JF was very happy to get.
Does she know what bifurcated means? No. Maybe she does. It's like Yeah, bifurcated. It's like how my Xanny pills have like a little crease in the middle so you can cut it in half easier. It's like bifurcated, right? Like she probably does. Maybe she does.
A donation of $25,000. And here we have an FBI crisis intake saying JF was an alleged white nationalist who's admitted to having relationships with mentally retarded girls.
Well, the feds got it right for once, I have to say. Can we give them a round of applause? We love our cops, our law enforcement, especially the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
Was there really an FBI report on JFG where it says that he fucks retarded girls? Is that real life? What is this? Oh, it's in the Epstein files. How did I not hear about this? JF is in the Epstein files and the FBI calls him a potato fucker? That's insane.
This guy's calling me sick, calling me a menace. Not only is he a murderer, he fucking mentally retarded girls, literally mentally retarded. Trying to impregnate them, trying to keep them away, separate them from their family. This guy should be put, you know where he should be put. Legally. That's what should happen. That's what would happen if it was America.
Okay, let's establish here. Ralph is advocating that people who fuck retarded women should be killed, okay?
Fortunately, he lives in Canada, and they haven't been able to find the body. Without a body, they usually don't have a case. But I bet you they're still looking, JF, so don't think you got away just yet, motherfucker.
So naturally the reply from this clip would be, how does that differ from your methodology, Ralph? Let's review. There was once upon a time, Ralph had a real relationship with a real woman. Okay, that was Nora. There's actually one woman before that. I don't know anything about her except that she is ugly. If you find a picture of this woman, she literally looks like the creepy woman from the Silverstein books, like that really like homunculus looking woman. The alien. Yeah, she looks like an alien, but she reminds me a lot of the woman with like the creepy face from that children's book. But yeah, so then there was her, and then there was Nora. Then there was Aid Zero, if I remember correctly. Aid, to give you an idea, she's not quite retarded. She's on the other side of retarded. But she did pick up ass napkins for an Encyclopedia Dramatica editor that she was fucking. Was there anyone between? Yeah, the pale lady, that's right. The black guy? I don't think you ever fucked Bibble. Alice Proudfoot. Oh my god, that's right. He mouth raped Alice, who is like actually brain damaged, I'm sure. And then there was the first baby mama, Faith, who is definitely not of normal intelligence. I don't know if she's like fully retarded. Actually, you know what? I can't say she's retarded. Hold up. Let's find out. Let's find the Faith Vickers Ralph poster. Can I find this? Is this possible? Ralph Chan. Does that turn up anything? If I search Ralph Chan, God, Google is just so utterly worthless. Is it possible to find the Ralph Chan picture? It's very useful to understand the mental state with Faith and Ralph. If I could find Ralph Chan. No, unfortunately not. I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. There was I'll never be able to find this because Google sucks so fucking bad. But there was a time where Faith Vickers showed up on his stream. And she says, I want you to show them Ralph Chan. And she unrolled a piece of paper. And it was a poster paper. And it was like a Chris Chantier drawing of Ethan Ralph as a woman. And I think I showed this relatively recently when talking about women with PPP for Valentine's Day. And it's actually humiliating. And it was set to the IQ of like a child. So she was pretty fucking retarded. Oh God, he fucked Corin. That's right. Oh man, how do I even explain Corin? This woman years ago showed up, and she was like a star fucker, and she was kind of like over the hill, but she was like one of those people obsessed with staying young forever. She randomly showed up in like a stream with like Medicare, and I think me and Dick were also there. And she discussed that she puts colloidal silver in her vagina as an anti-bacterial thing. And if you don't know, silver doesn't leave your body, and it turns your skin blue. So she's always had a reputation for having a blue vagina, because if it were to enter her skin, it would never ever leave, because people who take that supplement will turn blue if they take too much of it. So she's retarded for sure. She went into like a no-go zone, like the hood of a city, to do interviews, and she was almost like robbed, like on live stream while doing it. So she's pretty fucking retarded. Yeah, the blue waffle. That's right. And then he fucked May. May honestly is probably smarter than everybody else that he's dated besides Nora, which is saying a lot, because May dated Digibro. I always think that May is like evil. I always attribute her to like a knowing malice. And she was a lolicon. So stupid is as stupid does. I'm gonna chalk that up as retarded. And then he dated nothing but prostitutes. And this girl is so fucked up that she's basically retarded. If she wasn't retarded when she was born, she's retarded now. So yeah, she was in Compton. That's right. She was in Compton. She was like shouting the N-word out, or she had text to speech on her phone, and the phone was blasting the N-word and shit because she didn't know how to do it. And she's just like wandering around the hood of Compton with her phone blasting N-words for hours. She almost died. So yeah, she was retarded. This is reminiscing on things. They almost got her. They almost freed us of this gift. All right. Why is this what I have queued up? This is wrong. I just had I jump scared myself. I randomly had the thing of Liz Fong Jones open on one of my tabs that I thought was a Reddit segment. It's not. Okay. Here we go. So, this is the M to F moderator response to the thing I mentioned earlier as your Reddit moment of zen. This is how they decided to handle the fallout of the popular knowledge widely reported on that they knowingly allowed a convicted sex offender to be one of their moderators. So this is now from the staff of M to F. Let me preload these images real quick. This is just more fallout. From Taxiv Lucaso, copying from several other people you like banning, the head mod of M to F and Ass Transgender has defended and allowed a convicted pedophile onto the mod team. I normally do not post on this kind of stuff, but I figured it won't get deleted here and it will help get the word out. This is a cross post from Living East. I'm trying to get the word out as far as possible. Her post has these images that are the meat of the evidence. I can DM these to anyone who doesn't want to go to her not safe for work profile. I guess you could just see tranny dick. The evidence for the pedophile is hidden between tranny dicks, basically. I don't know if I can post the images in comments here. If I do, I can. First off, I want to be clear that this was not something I knew about for any length of time. The comment I made several hours before posting saying Cedar Wolf supporting some bad things was about this. I'm not that if I'm wrong. Okay, I just want to see the evidence. Okay, show me the evidence. Cedar Wolf attempted to keep a child predator on the MTF team. This is the post. On one hand, I don't want to lose capable people during such a difficult time. Barring a fortuitous meteorite or something finally sniping the orange, I assume the next few years are going to be very hard for trans folks. It's going to be rough before things get better. On the other hand, having a username that can be easily traced to a real-life person is going to create vulnerability and danger, especially with that past record floating around, not just for Brynn, but for the rest of us. I think the wisest and most prudent course of action would be for Brynn to change their username to something shielded from their regular life and get that established by spending a week on r/all/rising. All that would allow us to keep Brynn on the team while still protecting her from whoever has been hounding her. It's very important that the trans sex pest be protected from any kind of outside criticism, like the protections for children that were not given. This is a follow-up post. Allow me to make this clear. If Brynn is restored to any position of authority or decision-making on this team, I, along with several others, will leave. Keeping Brynn on in any capacity is too much of a risk. It doesn't matter how long ago this was. Conservative media and pundits can and will use this to further demonize us or shut us down. Now, notice that the trans hero here standing up to say, don't put that person back on the mod team, is not aghast by the fact that he's like a child predator or a sex pest. He's aghast that conservatards might somehow use this against them. I just want you to ask yourself, how would this look from an outsider's perspective? A registered sex offender was on the mod team. Said sex offender was removed, then reinstated under a completely new account to keep them in a position of power. All this in a community that has been repeatedly bashed as sexual deviants in what is now, unfortunately, mainstream media. In a community that has minors in it. In a community that has minors in it, from the fucking horse's mouth itself. Keeping one person on the team responsible for thousands is not worth it. And then this person says, I can't sufficiently express how bad of an idea it would be. If you're going to ignore Lilith... Dude, every time. Send me a Discord message first so I can nuke my account before that happens. I'm not terribly active, but I don't see it going well. It's not fair. It's not fair. He just did a little oopsie-whoopsie consent accident, a couple years ago to a minor, but it's just not fair. It is a community nuking risk of the type Cedar has said many times we're focused on avoiding, plus a personal risk for everyone involved. Is there more? It's a lot worse than I expected. Too long didn't read. Brynn was sexually abusive towards her, now former partner, and continues to be sexually aggressive towards minors, even as she's now into her 40s. So much so that Brynn has been banned from most trans spaces in her city and from participating in pride events run by the local pride societies. When asked about being on the sex offender registry, notably for sexual exploitation of minors, she expressed that the charge was overblown and it was simply because she was 19 dating a 15-year-old with parental permission and her roommate ratted her out to the cops. When we asked why these charges were laid when she was 21 and specified she was in possession of child pornography at the time, she never responded, deleted all of her Reddit accounts. Understandably, this set off alarm bells for us, so we started digging deeper. It turns out Brynn had been going onto child sexual abuse material websites, collecting child sexual abuse material, and hanging out in underage chat rooms to solicit sexual interactions from minors. Additionally, while the age of the victim wasn't stated, nude photos of Brynn's underage partner were found on her phone at the time of the arrest. According to what we saw, the images were taken by Brynn without consent from the child. Talking to Brynn's previous partner, apparently Brynn had been going to therapy, but stopped after a few sessions because she felt she had a normal and healthy attraction towards young girls in their prime fertile years. Word for fucking word. What Andrew Anglin and people in like the manosphere say about age of consent. Word for fucking word. Mark my words, dude. Like there's a thin pink pill between Nick Fuentes and someone like Brynn. Evidence was also provided that Brynn had gone to a middle school graduation, again while in his late 30s, and engaged in sexual conversations with the teen's presence. This prompted the previous partner to separate from Brynn last November, and then Brynn had found a new partner who's 20, but again Brynn is 40. Additionally, found evidence that the younger women girls have come forward, expressing that when attending pride events or going to safe spaces around the city, Brynn had been sexually Go to safe spaces for trans folks. Get molested. Had been sexually aggressive towards them. This has been prompted the ban from pride events and trans spaces. As for the sexual abuse or assault and abuse of Bryn's previous partner, I'm not sure how much of that I can share. It comes from a trustworthy source. Okay. Here we go. Just remember, this is who is deleting your social media posts. This is who is tut-tutting you for using vulgar language, racially insensitive statements, and not respecting pronouns. This is the guy. This is the person. All right. Oh, there's one more. This is just more information being passed around. Okay. Well, on that note, I hope you have enjoyed this stream. I will be doing the Reddit segment. As I said, on Gumroad and Locals, I'll be doing a thing with PPP probably next week, hopefully. And then because things are getting a little bit easier, hopefully I could spend some more time focusing on the streams and stuff, and we'll see what we can do. Now that I can relax a bit, things are finally getting a little bit easier. We're knocking fucking wood, and I can maybe do something again finally. What about Bossman? Okay, here's the Bossman segment. You ready? Bossman has been gambling offline, which is why he will lose God's grace and be sent to the crack dungeon for 10 years for all of his various felonies. Because he's just taking that Noah bucks and gambling offline. There is no boss tent. Last week, no boss tent whatsoever. This is a fucking shitty crackhead offline gamba fag, chat. Tragic. Did Gypsy Crusader did like a boxing match with like a black guy. Who gives a fuck? I'm so sick of boxing. Find another sport. Get into curling. If it was Gypsy Crusader curling against black guys, I might be more interested. But boxing, I'm sick of it. Okay, yeah, two guys punching each other. I got it. You won. Thank you. Chuck Norris died. I don't know. I have no strong emotional attachment to Chuck Norris. When I was a kid, Chuck Norris was like a punchline to a joke. That he was like a super cool badass. He did like Western movies or something. I don't know. I don't know anything about Chuck Norris. Well, nobody's told me about the commentary, so I can't comment on the commentary of the boxing. Rackets? I will never talk about Rekieta again. I'm sick of him. He's a fucking loser. He's scum. He just smugly chuckles to himself. He has no lost conditions in life. He's happy to be a self-absorbed dickhead faggot for the rest of the remainder of his existence. He's just going to collect his welfare money from his daddy, and he's going to let his kids do whatever the fuck they want because they don't want anything to do with him. And he's just going to sit there and smugly chuckle to himself on live. And it's like he deserves to languish in obscurity for all time. Unless like something really serious happens with him, I don't ever intend to talk about him again. Just a boring, dreadful human with that's like Afro Man. Like Afro Man's black. He's dating a white woman. Theoretically, I should hate him, right? But you know what he is? He's funny. He's funny. You can get away with literal fucking murder so long as you're funny enough. And Rekieta is the exact opposite of funny. He is so painfully unfunny. And anytime he tries to be funny, it is the most smug, skin-crawling shit ever. And it's like, you can't get away with shit anymore, buddy. You're not funny. Caesar, I don't even know who Cesar Chavez is. I don't care about Mexican stuff. If you're like Spanish speaking, you're outside of my realm of knowledge. Okay, I don't know what the fuck's going on with you. Okay. Let's do super chats. Oh, the live display, it's already set up. Okay, great. Sorry. Glorious Kiwi Emperor, guess what day it is? That's right, it's fucking pizza day. You didn't even have to guess. Well, I have to be careful because I do want pizza, but I also have lemon pound cake in my kitchen. So I might have to sort my humors out here and just enjoy my lemon pound cake as opposed to a pizza. Unfortunately, I will think this over. Thank you. Jack Black for 2 says Neighbor Friday. Is it? It's not. Oh, that's right. Lent is almost fucking over, buddy. I've been thinking about it, and I've had a clean start with caffeine, and I think after much deliberation, I'm cracking that monster day one. I think I've come around to it that resistance is futile, and it's time to go get that coffee and that monster. Okay. Dark Western for 5 says, Josh, what do you think about Swedish pizza? They put stuff like fries, lettuce, and curry on them. Also, happy pizza day. So the Nordic countries have a disgusting pizza culture. All of them are disgusting. The Danish put lettuce on it. That's what I think it's Danish pizza. That's what you're referring to. Yeah, that's horrific. The Dutch obviously have the best pizza with the hollandaise, hamburger meat, and jalapenos. Nice and sloppy, chat. Thank you. Bunker Housing for 5 says, woohoo, we live. Are we going to have Finland Appreciation Day now when they're so nice? Bro, I'm on Finnish Appreciation Day every day at the moment. As long as that bank account is up, the Finnish are my best friends. Here, I'll play a nice little song for Finnish people, just like a second of it, okay? I have this, I can't. It's on a different drive. I apologize. I was going to play nice Finnish music, but I can't. I guess we're going to be celebrating Finnish Day as well, whenever that is. Finland's such an old country. Do they even have an Independence Day? Do they celebrate independence from Russia, the Russian Empire? That happened like in the 80s, right? In the 1800s, rather. Do they celebrate independence from Russia? Finnish Independence Day. December 6th, independence from Russia after the Bolsheviks took power. Great. I'm surprised I guessed that off the top of my head. I'm such a smart guy, chap. Logistical Nightmare for 5 says, thank you, for 5 says, man, the kids these days will fucking kill themselves over the gingerbread man of Shrek getting his leg bit off and shit. That's true. Not the gumdrop button. It's true. Thank you. Steve Standing for 1 says, Death has just had a near Chuck Norris experience. That's pretty good. Verdier for 5 says, fix the apostrophe error on the Uncle Ted Kiwi for me and call whoever made it a retard for me, please. Is there a typo on the Ted Kowinski? Okay, we'll look into it. Thank you. Breadwash for 5 says, I hope the protest in Times Square happens just so the shitty superhero cosplayers beat the shit out of them on the street for disrupting their hustle. Let's hope. We can only hope so. Thank you. Genjada 1900 for 5 says, money for pizza and cheese for my favorite gay. Get some Old Bay Gouda or something. There's a gay cheese channel from Beverly Hills you might like. It's very insulting. You can't just keep calling me gay and expect me to be happy about this, okay? I'm sure there is an Old Bay cheese. Old Bay is very versatile. Thank you. Gypsy Harlow for 5 says, dang, the first ever schizophrenia renderer. Oh, the Minecraft thing? Yeah, basically. As I said, without memory, I don't see how AI rendering is actually an improvement. Thank you. Citrus Act for 1 says, why are the scrotes in USPG2 suddenly full-on white knighting for Jews all of a sudden? It feels like a fucking psyop or group troll or something. One can hate all sand numbers, so what the fuck? I mean, the sentiment right now is very anti-Iran in the politics thread and the Iran war thread. To the point where you kind of have to go to a different thread if you want to like shit talk Trump's agenda here. I just think that it's cool, you know, especially in the beginning when we just rolled in there and killed everybody. I was like, that's really cool. But I don't know. I pay attention vaguely to the war in both Ukraine and Iran at the moment. And I don't have any strong opinions about either. I know it's like bizarre. But I like both Russians and Ukrainians. And then I'm so ambivalent towards Iran that it's just like, I don't give a fuck. So, least interesting take possible for someone as well informed as I am on the war. MQ-27 Dragonfire CASD drone CAS drone for 5 says, no, stop getting beat up by the Rocketeer. Just throw a Hornet drive at it. It'll stop the thrusters and it'll fall out of the sky. I see. I don't know. I gave up on the game. Okay, I apologize. I know I'm not that interesting, but at one point I decided to like gear up and try to do PvE, and I just died to a hornet. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. Thank you. Melanthia for 10 says, thanks, Josh. Ham Jam Orthodox emoji. Thank you. Koya Dante for 10 says, at AI smart glasses, finally I can prompt Grok to put Elon Musk in a bikini in real-time augmented reality. That is the future. The solution to the racial issues of our society will be like that episode of Black Mirror, Ashton, where the military guys see all the refugees as like horrible monsters. You're just going to see everyone as a blue-eyed, blonde-haired Aryan Giga Chad when you walk down the street, and you'll just feel much better. Rollo Furman for 1 says nothing. Thank you very much. Agus 5567 for 2 says British people are not human, to be honest, fam. This seems to be a more popular opinion with each passing day. Capybara supporter. Oh, that's a penny again. I gotta do something about the pennies. My hamster is a turf for 1 says pick your fuck, marry, kill Emily Yuka's shoe on head and Gila Klein. No. Elks Antler for 5 says, now that the main goal has been met, are you going to increase your donations to the Bossman Gamba Fund? No, I am not. I was going to just leave it at 600, but I was very strongly dissuaded from doing so by people telling me that in human psychology, marketing psychology, you have to keep raising the limit or people are just going to not renew, which I don't want. So I'm going to keep adding Kiwis as people every 100 subscribers. And if we get 1,400, then hooray for me. You know what I mean? Because even if we do magically hit like 1,400 subscribers, how many of those are going to stick around if we lose the bank account? You know what I mean? So I'm just going to try. I'm going to let people send as much as they want to send while they still have the opportunity. And use that to my advantage. Thank you. Eugla Sneed for 5 says, no justice, no lemon pound cake. That's right. That bish, Lickum Low Lisa, better get a Bund 10 and figure out how the lemon pound cake works. Cause she gonna pay him what she owe. Sneedo for 5 says, think about it. For 5 says, Canadians would rather die than be labeled racist than shoot a Jeet home invader. I'm glad I'm not Canadian and live in a state with castle doctrine. Also, I bought an HK MP5K for home defense. That's pretty base. That's a good gun choice. Yeah, what's funny is that Canada sucks so bad. And I usually watch a bunch of, like I said, I watch a bunch of videos about the war. And one of the channels that I watch is War Fronts. And the guy, I have very mixed opinions about this because sometimes he's really cringe and sometimes he feels pretty impartial. But my main gripe with him is that the main guy, Simon, has a really, really, really deep voice. And when he talks, he likes to trail off into this really deep register that I can't even possibly like replicate. He goes, and then Vladimir Zelensky and Donald Trump went to the meeting, and that could go a really bad way. And he goes like this awful register where it's just like he's gargling stones in the back of his throat, and it doesn't even sound like words anymore. But they recently replaced his Shure SM7B with this much more this different, I think it's a Colonial. It might even be a shotgun mic. It looks like a shotgun, but it could be Colonial. Not Colonial, whatever. The other one. And they have like removed the lower hertz, so he can't make that sound anymore, and he's much better at speaking as a result. And anyways, what was I saying? Oh, he did a video about how Canada was going to be the next United States or whatever the fuck and solve all of Europe's resource problems by importing Infinity Pajits, and they're just going to like mine all the resources and send them to Europe and replace the United States as a business partner. And I'm like, that is a mentally handicapped perspective. Why does Josh talk about these things? I don't know. I watch them. That's why. Why do I talk about other things that I watch? Here's the other thing that I watch. I watched, or I had been watching Saul, Better Call Saul. And it's like a grind because it's like, he's going to fuck up his whole life, but you really like him. So I've actually had to ask like AI, like at the end of season 2, oh, that's right. He did shill anime. That's right. He did make like a Warfronts anime mobile game. You're right. He even had like an anime picture in the back of his set to advertise like his anime talk show or something. That's right. He did do that. Anyways, no, with Saw, it's like, I like him. I don't want to see him fail. So I actually had to ask the AI at the end of season 2. I'm like, is it worth watching season 3? Because I want to see Chuck get fucking grass. And it just said, I said, no spoilers. And it just said, keep watching, keep watching. Like, okay, AI, I trust you, Claude. Anyways, Real Donai for 5 says, hey, Josh, would you consider using Grok after this pose? I mean, Grok, the issue is that Grok sucks. That's the problem with Grok. It sucks ass. Dented to use AI to watch a series? I don't know. I didn't want to watch it anymore. I'm like, I'm so sick of Chuck. I hate Chuck. I don't want to see anymore. I don't want to see Chuck get away with being such a fucking loser. And, because honestly, Saul would be in his right to just shoot that motherfucker at some point. So if it was just going to continue to be Chuck's endless victories, I would be extremely disappointed in the show. Your cat box file isn't loading, bro. I'm sorry. Sneedle D, Sneedle D and Sneedledum for 10 says, in honor of us Kiwis reaching beyond the goal, I asked you to play a couple bars from Dracula. Shit's nothing to me, man. Okay. Oh my god.
Pussy better stank, otherwise I don't want it. Popped a perk 30, got straight to fucking. That pussy dulce. Smoking fentanyl, lace cereal milk. I see God.
I don't know what the fuck this is. I don't like it. I don't know why you keep sending this to me. It's so strange. Thank you. Agus5567 for 2 says, Afro nigga made Colt 45. It's pretty funny. I don't know what that means. Does he have one? Did he make his own? How does he make his own? I don't know how. Hawaiian Zine for 5 says, German torta cake is very good. What the fuck is a torta cake? Torta cake. I know Black Forest cake. That is very good. Torta is a multi-layered cake that is filled with whipped cream, buttercream, mousse, jam, or fruit. I do like buttercream. Cream with the butter in it. Yeah, that's pretty fucking decadent, bro. That does look good. Thank you. Vodka Blood for 5 says, rewatching Before the Storm, Before Double Exposure, Bish burnt down that old tree. If you are hoping I could remember anything from any of these Life is Strange games, I am so sorry, but that shit goes into temporary memory, and when I wake up the next morning, it is gone. That cache is flush. There's not a fucking bite left in my head, okay? Very thankfully, none of that committed to long-term storage, okay? There are ghosts. Ghost was a different game. The ghosts were not from Life is Strange. Thank you. Big Things Coming for 2 says, Josh, why did you move your stream hour? I missed 40 minutes because of work. Oh, sorry, did I not compensate for European daylight? There's like one day of the year on each, like half of the year, where European and American daylight savings time are out of sync. And I think I fucked that up. I apologize. I do remember the baby maze. That's the only thing I remember from that game. Sneedo for 5 says, I think he might be a 2-hit wonder because I remember Wander, because I remember this song back then. Let's see. Crazy Rap, Colt 45 and 2 Zigs. Oh, that's what he was talking about, Colt 45. No, I don't recognize the song off the name of it. Sorry, I'm trying to play this in Google.
Man. Hey, check this out, man. It was this blind man, right? It was this blind man, right? He was feeling his way down the street with this stick, right? Yeah. Hey, he walked past this fish market. You know what I'm saying? Fish market. He stopped. He took a deep breath. He said, "Woo! Good morning, ladies." You like that shit, man? Pretty good. Hey, man, I got a gang of that shit, man. Hey, I tell you what, man. My man on the guitar. Hey, Fool on the drum. Yeah, right. Hey, everybody just crowd around the mic. I tell you all these motherfucking jokes I got, man. First, I'm gonna start off like this. Hey, help me sing it, homeboy. Come on. Sing Colt 45.
Oh, I do know this song.
We can go to the park after dark, smoke that tumbleweed.
I do know this song. Okay. I wouldn't have recognized it from the name, but I was waiting for the hook because I'm like, I bet you this does sound familiar. TBLX for 5 says, have to go before the gun segment. Airport vid is one of my favorite Ralph Amale vids of all time. Another banger for the kill shot. The one where he's like eating, bro, that's so fucking gnarly. Fuck that. Thank you. Such a for 1 says, is it really legal for cops to disable your recording security? That's genuinely terrifying and not logically or morally justifiable. I think so, because the logic would be that if you're in the house and they haven't secured you, the security cameras could be used to like surprise them and catch them off guard and kill them or something. I'm pretty sure that they can. Barilla Furman for 1 says, the penis plea deal where you can do community service by working in the penis mines. Somebody's got to work the penis mines. David S877 for 25 says, turns out you can actually invest in block cheese and barrel cheese futures. Sorry I made fun of your cheese-based financial system. It's true. You can invest in hog futures too. I learned that from Ghost. He always read off how much the hogs were. For some reason, he was very interested in hog futures. Thank you. Very much. Sneedo for 1 says, the judge was also anti-Afro man. I know. He was trying to set things up to keep a nigga down, but he did not succeed because the white people in the jury were like, hell nah, he's too funny. That's how you get on the white people. That's why Indians are held in such universal contempt. Black people can be very, very funny, intentionally and otherwise. And like Japanese people, Chinese people, they can be very funny. Have you ever laughed at an Indian? Can you think of a single time an Indian has ever told a joke that you laughed at intentionally that wasn't like just something that they were doing? I can't name a single time an Indian has ever made me laugh. And that is why racism towards Indians is so socially acceptable at the moment. Okay. Erakal for 2 says, how does it feel to be a 6-figure wagee? I'm going to be real with you. When I think about taxes, I've never had this before, so I'm just guessing. It honestly feels like a panic attack. I get like faint and lightheaded and dizzy and nauseous, and I can't look at it. And I tried to sit down and discuss things with Claude and try to come up with a plan, and then he just starts rattling off like 401k, SOS, solo plans, HSA saving, and I honestly just get fucking nauseous and I can't look at it. So the first thing I'm going to buy is a CPA/attorney, and I'm just gonna. I don't care how much it costs. You have to sort all this shit out for me, because if I even think about it, I start getting like hives on my body. Okay. So that's where we're at with that. No, I'm not doing H&R Block. I'm getting a proper CPA who's on the bar. Okay, both certified CPA and attorney, and you're sorting that shit out for me. And I never want to think about it or look at it ever again. Just tell me how much I have to burn each day. Clavicula always has 10K people watching it, bro. Boogie 1488 for 10 says Vakaru. Oh boy, and he apparently has a PPP jigsaw avatar. Oh, is this the Hornet scanning sound
Nigger
from?
detected.
This is those fucking Rocketeers from. The sound is the robot from the game that I hate.
Every day, sweetie pie, I'm gonna make a woman out of you, just like I always wanted. Going to make you the beautiful daughter that mommy always wanted. We can get rid of that ugly thing now there.
Very, very nice. Very ad hoc. Thank you. Ace of Sneeds for 5 says, I saw a really nice license plate today, Josh. It was from Mississippi and it had the magnolia in the middle. Hope that tickles your flagtism. They recently changed the Mississippi flag to get rid of the stars and bars and replace it with the magnolia, which is the state flower. Thank you. Being Wienerstein for 1 says, I always set my fake birthday to April 20th, 1969. 4/20/69 base. Very base. Maybe we should all just designate one. How about this? We're all going to be 4/20/69, and that's all going to be our birthdays, and that way the computer can't tell us apart. John Unity 2 for 5 says, rip Chuck Norris. Yes, he did die. That's not a joke. He actually is dead. Thank you. Bunker Housing for 5 says, if I was ever deplatformed or attacked like Tyler Oliveira, I'd want you in my ring corner. Now I'm a complete nobody peon, so I will never be deplatformed, but still. You'd think so, but I guess not. I guess I'm too radioactive, as some people would say. Arashal for 5 says, didn't Yi flee Singapore because he was trying to escape the nation's mandatory conscription laws? Yes, that's what I said. He was a draft dodger. So I don't know if that's the appropriate term to use, but they had mandatory service in Singapore, and he has not registered or appeared in like 10 years. Thank you. Porglack for 1 says, a license to verify your age on a computer. What's next? A license to use my damn toaster? I mean, potentially. If you are underage and you're using a toaster, what if you stick a knife in it or something? You're going to die. You're going to get electrocuted. So you're going to have a fingerprint with your always online Internet of Things toaster to use it. And then he confirms, our call for 2 says, disregard last message. Disregard last message. Too late. I already read it. Thank you. Standing for 1 says, enjoy prison, Amos Child. He will. Thank you very much. Sneak Cricket for 2 says, good to see you streaming and congrats on reaching the Kiwi Gold goal. Also, you can't trust black contractors to do work on your house, but rare Visa W for buyer protection. Oh, I don't know what this has to do with your actual message, but he did send this in. Oh, this is like a pro-Islam thing about how Islam protects the gays. I mean, you should check out Hassan Piker. He seems pretty fucking fruity for someone who's a Muslim. Puppy Pillows for 5 says, be honest, how much money do we need to pay for an in-real-life cooking-baking stream? Don't underestimate your fans' parasocial need for a moving body and how much they're willing to pay for it. Unfortunately, I don't think that will ever happen. There are certain conditions where that might happen, but I don't think it will ever happen. PPP's favorite Goyam for 5 says, Jerish, do an Easter stream with PPP. I would like to. I think that we should do our Religionsburg stream that nobody will ever like on Easter or like around Easter. I think I told him this before. He didn't want to do it. Thank you. Crispy Legs for 10 says, happy Friday. Party blower emoji. Party thingy emoji. Heart emoji. Thank you. I appreciate it. It is a happy Friday. Bean the Bunny for 1 says, here to a zoo ticket to see some penguins. Are you telling me to put that $1 towards seeing penguins? No, dude. I don't want to see penguins in a zoo. You can go to any zoo and see penguins. They're just birds. I want to see penguins in Antarctica. That's what I want. Hydrofluorolephin for 5 says, how much to see you and PPP rip apart George Carlin's religious rants on the next Kiwi casino? I don't know. It has been decades since I last saw George Carlin stand up. I remember thinking he was very, very funny at the time. I don't know. I've never thought of it. That might be cringe to like try and rebut George Carlin. He's dead. He can't defend himself, you know. Thank you. Big things coming for 4 says, major victory. A lot of people came together for the site. Also, I'll be drawing the Kiwis later. Have a nice weekend. Thank you. You too. Eaglestein for 2 says, I'm so fucking embarrassed about the Australian E-Karen. Please continue to tell her to go fuck herself. You got to do it yourself. You got to write your representatives and be ignored. Bunker Housing for 5 says, without the attacks, you might not have been in this position. Going to set up mine as soon as I have talked to my bank. Oh, yeah, the checks are still the best option. Like, nothing can break those. I don't have to ask for permission. And we've got the system working where we can bypass the other deposit institution, and it seems to be a little bit faster. I think those come in within 2 weeks of being sent. So, because we got the first batch was deposited. He sends me a list of the bill pay numbers as soon as they come in, but the checks were actually deposited yesterday from a collection on Thursday 2 weeks ago. So it does take 2 weeks to deposit as opposed from once we receive them, and you get it on your account much faster. And then eventually in the future, it'll be the same day that he collects them. So that's very exciting. Thank you. Don't take my kidneys for 2 says, these Downies sound like a son of Kay from Kay's Cooking. That's very mean. The Bugs for 5 says, Juice looking Floyd. And then there is Whimsical Joy Cell on Twitter. Did you not post this in the Kiwi Farm store at all? I don't understand. Like the number of people that people think that I look like is just insane. Like why? She has blue eyes and like brown eyebrows, so therefore she looks like me. Ay, Dios mío. Thank you. Citrus Addict for one says, and it's just perspective that her face looks like far apart. Citrus Addict for one says, get up, come on now, get down with Down syndrome, open up your hate and let it flow into me. Well, if they had done that song, it would have been much more interesting. Ace of Sneeds for 5 says, Judo Josh. I don't know what that's a reference to. I'm sitting here thinking about it. I honestly have no idea what that's a reference to. I apologize. But thank you. Peen Wienerstein, for one, says, Noel turning the stream into CNN Chantal News Network. I opened her fucking channel for like 5 seconds. Calm down. Sneedo, for one, says, Josh makes a zit and calls Cat Abracadabra a fake Arab like you call Bex a fake Jew. I will. Hold up. What's her name? Cat. Here we go. Pick. Cat Ab. Here we go. Why are you so white? Question mark. You have blue eyes and a Jewish grandmother, and you claim to be Palestinian. Kind of sounds like Palestinian blackface or something. There you go. All right. You've gotten your wish. Okay. Sneak Cricket for 2 says, humble brag at my state's election for the Jeet losing the Senate race. I pray the same happens to lowercase v Vivek. And then there is the Illinois Senate results. By the way, you can tell if someone's a Jeet sucker or not by how they pronounce Vivek. If they pronounce Vivek like that, that means that they don't respect Indian culture. If they say Vivek or Vivek or something and it makes it sound fruity, they're a Jeet sucker. Raja Krish Murthy. Yeah, new rule. If your name does not fit onto the ballot, you don't get to go on it. He almost won, though. That's 400,000 votes to 484,000. That's not a safe margin there. Dude, look at the turnout. You're fucked. Sorry, Don Tracy. Why do you even bother, Don? Honestly, why do the Republicans even fucking bother and shit like this? So you get a black woman instead of a Jeet. I consider that a win. Bunker Housing for 5 says, according to these Chinese communist AI, sudden withdrawal might trigger a stroke in alcoholics. Yeah, I mean, that sounds right. Because I know that it is dangerous. Like, you can die from withdrawals. So how would you die from withdrawals? Probably from strokes. Unkind Naysayer for 2 says, pause load my mog hole. No. Scooter the Pooter for 5 says, show us your Pepsi room or get mogged, Josh. I will show you no such Pepsi room. I have no Pepsi. I'm not drinking any caffeine or any soda pop, okay? Thank you. Brillo Furman for 1 says, looks like Jet is JF Gariepi maxing. Hope the twins won't end up walking off into the forest. Pray for the twins, chat. They might get jetted up, okay? Octavia sales rep for 20 says, happy spring. Remember to properly pre-start any heavy equipment that has been in storage. You'll never know when you'll need to use that wood chipper on short notice. A nice gear maintenance tip for everybody. We do have a self-sufficiency board on the Kiwi Farms for people interested in such topics. I like that board, so you should post on it if this is an interesting super chat to you. Thank you. Cena Standing for 1 says, wow, if I didn't know any better, I think Troons are just pedo incels. Crazy thought, I know. It does seem like that more and more every day. Very, very suspicious. Sneedle D and Sneedle Dumb for 10 says, curling is the best. It is. It is a high skill level sport, okay? Unlike wrestling and boxing. Fuck that shit. Thank you. Ace of Speds for 20 says, should have used for add cheese and solution of Cobes. TWU. Oh, on the pizza, extra cheese, bro. I don't even know how I figured that out. You like shotgunned like little needles of information to my brain, and somehow my brain was able to patch that shit together. Okay, I figured it out. Thank you very much. Ratnoid for 5 says, hello from Rat's Nest, aka fellow cheese lovers, chirp, chirp, snurp, snurp, rat gang. Hello, hello. We also hate Romanians. Chantal update, hello. I gave you your Chantal update. Thank you, schizophrenic user. I appreciate it. Belligerent Brian produces work from Handed Meba project to ground up restore a full-size steam train. I'm customer services, LOL. I started with shit, ended up at my dream job. Okay, work handed you a project to ground up restore a steam train. But for whatever reason, you're in the customer services department. I would be very concerned about your job if they were handing you a very specialized industrial project to their customer service department. That is strange. That is a very strange thing that you're telling me. But best of luck. Spurg Zerker for 20 says, money for pizza or something. Thanks for the stream and have a great weekend. You too. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Bunker Housing for 5 says, you fucked up the time and you fucked it up last year also, and there's a month, 3 eps or so where the time is wrong. Rookie mistake, son. I didn't do shit, okay? I don't know why you're blaming me. I didn't do nothing. Thank you. Pino Wiener says, so glad you finally gave Ing Better Call Saul a chance. Yeah. I don't know. I really like it. I like how it's legally accurate. They're not just like making shit up. But I'm so sick of Chuck. I don't know. It's so depressing too. I don't know if I can sit through like 7 seasons of this shit because it's just like it's so sad. Belligerent Brian for 2 says, Ghost is obsessed with Hog Futures because he wants to land Mrs. Ghost 2, shout out Devious Dave, and fuck Jag Deluxe Ray 333 to ban him. Isn't that guy already banned? I know who you're talking about. Very strange message. Hamburger for 2 says, Grok, generate a fan art of Afroman, Lickum Lolisa, and the rest of the sheriff's department as Cookie Run Kingdom characters and send them to my Kiwi Farms account. Go. Do it your damn self. I ain't fucking grokking for you, buddy. Sneedo, for 1 says, was there any VTuber news to talk about? Apparently Trigger Point is getting into shit for defending a sus VTuber. There is, I'm aware, my boy with the Giga Chad Mao Zedong avatar, I think his name is Gibbs. Every so often I see a post by him where he's digging into somebody called Leaflet, and I would have to acquaint myself with this drama. But be aware, VTuber aficionados, that the Leaflet situation is on my radar. It's in the far distance. It's over the horizon, but it is on my radar. Okay, so I might look into that at some point if I feel like it. Ratlord111 for 5 says, PPP is a chef for Townsend's on YouTube. He makes amazing oysters. What? This is like some avant-garde reference. There's probably a big fat guy on the Townsend's 1960s channel or whatever, the 1600 channel. There's a guy that cooks oysters and he's fat. And I think you're saying that there's a fat guy and he looks like PPP. Okay, that's my best interpretation. Thank you. Humble Guardsman for 5 says, rejoice thou who bearest him who bears all. Who bears all has a unfortunate innuendo connotation in the current year. I appreciate the sentiment though. I do bear a lot. Okay. Well, I know you're not talking about me. That's a thing about Jesus, but I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you. Aces Needs for 2 says, Judo Josh, because you're Chantal's first viewer. Oh, Karate Josh. Okay, that's a deep cut. That's a really deep cut. That's like an OG fan zone reference, which is very mean to say nowadays. If you don't remember, Karate Joe was like a super fan pay pig of Chantal's, and she had to ban him because it turned out that he was like a sex offender or something. So very mean. Hamburger for 2 says, I've been wondering how to pronounce Vivek ever since I met him in Elder Scrolls Morrowind. If you didn't create your own spell or potion to kill an unkillable demigod, you didn't beat the game. Yeah, I've seen Vivek the Dark Elf from Morrowind, but unfortunately he's now running for governor of Ohio. Okay. That's it. that is the stream. Thank you very much, everybody, for watching. Lots of people stuck around through the super chats today. I'm surprised about that. For the outro, I have a song by Afroman, of course, called Lemon Pound Cake that I'll play the full version of. And then I'll see you guys next Friday, probably sooner if you're on Gumroad Locals, because I do intend to annoy PPP until he gets around to doing the video, the thingy that I want to do. But thank you for watching. Take it easy. Bye-bye.
The Adams County Sheriff kicked down my door. Then I heard the glass break. They found no kidnapping victims, just some lemon pound cake. Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. It made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what? Of what? Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake. Trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. The munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake. Pound cake. He's a Adams County Sheriff. He's hungry and he's big as hell. He was sniffing for weed. Then he smelled another smell. What was that? Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. It made the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what? Of what? Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake. Trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. The munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake. Pound cake. He sees my cake and my porno mag call boom boom. Something happened to his camera on the way to the evidence room. Mama's lemon pound cake. It tastes so nice. Make the sheriff wanna put down his gun and cut him a slice. Of what? Of what? Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake. Trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. The munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake. Pound cake. Lemon pound cake. He wanna put down his Glock. Lemon pound cake. Trending on TikTok. Lemon pound cake. He's a family guy. Lemon pound cake. The munchies because he got high. Lemon pound cake.